Okay, I think we're at the bewitching hour of 7 p.m., so welcome to the City Commission meeting for Tuesday, August 17th. And please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next item on the agenda is Commissioner comments. So we'll start with Commissioner Reddy.
I wasn't expecting it so quickly. Commissioner Reddy, I just wanted to say welcome back to Kansas State University students. I know they're coming in a few at a time, but we are thrilled to have you back on campus, and hopefully you enjoy the city of Manhattan and the Flint Hills region while you're here, along with your families. And also, first day of USD 383 is tomorrow, so be careful with the school zones, but also, our students had a extremely challenging year last year, as well as our teachers and staff, and we certainly wish them the best this academic year, having classes in person and taking safety precautions as necessary during this COVID time. So really wishing all my friends and colleagues the best of luck in their new academic year. And last thing, there are still vaccine clinics and at RCHD and around our community. Vaccines are working, and I hope those of you who are not vaccinated really consider getting vaccinated. I think Bob Koppel continuously has been speaking to the past few days. The capacity levels are full, not only in Manhattan, but throughout Kansas, and how they're having to transfer not only COVID patients, but other patients with other serious conditions to other hospitals outside of Kansas. So just consider it, and hopefully we will continue to have a safe community. Thank you.
I'll just acknowledge that as we go into this next month and get towards, I think, September 11th. Last year, that was an important date to acknowledge, but we've obviously watched, everybody's aware, and the military's aware, and the veterans are aware of what's happening in Afghanistan as that war closes out. But just I think it's important that, especially in this community, how close we are to Fort Riley, how close we are to the efforts that those that served for over 20 years now, and the efforts that have gone in are nothing that is happening today takes away from their service, their courage, and it's important that we learn the lessons of our past in that regard. So as we kind of move towards 9/11, I hope that there's an opportunity to recognize and think about and reach out to those that served. I think they're asking lots of questions of themselves, and this is the time for civilians that may have been uncomfortable or not asked to show support and reach out and have those conversations and talk and appreciate the service and what they sacrificed, and maybe some of the friends that they served with that were lost. So we're a unique community. We often kind of brush right past the military connection and forget about that, but once you get outside of here, you realize how deeply impacted we are and how it's just built into us as a community. So I just want to acknowledge that effort, thank our current service members. Our former commissioner, Jared McKee, is now in armor at Fort Riley. So we will continue to think of him and think of everyone as we move forward. But in that being said, I also want to acknowledge that the Chamber and Janet Nichols with the Chamber is helping lead a group that's working on an initiative from the governor's office for service members, veterans, and their families, and around suicide prevention. So we will continue to work on that throughout the next year, and that is all I have.
I would just like to call attention that a week or so ago was the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. And if you stop and think over the last 30 years, I think it's 30, that all of the changes that have happened to allow the disabled folks to attend city commission meetings and speak at the podium and just all the sidewalk changes that we've made, it makes a big difference. And so we need to just reflect on that and see what a difference it has made. And I think that's all. Thanks.
Okay, we've got a full agenda tonight, a lot of items, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. And items on the consent agenda are those of a routine housekeeping nature, or items that have previously been reviewed by the city commission. The commissioner may request an item be moved to the end of the general agenda, but we can also discuss it as part of the general agenda, saving time. Does the commission have any questions or comments on any of the consent agenda items?
I'd like to just, on item F, which is the housing market analysis and policy strategy. The recommendations from the consultant say that the ideal size for a steering committee for this type of effort is 9 to 12. And I'm thinking that we probably need to figure out how many we really want. And there's a list of groups here that should be represented, and I want to be sure that individuals or individual citizens are that are really interested are also able to be part of that. And I don't need to pull it off the agenda. I just wanted to. How many have we got here?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, what we'd be doing is just approving the steering committee, but we can work out the details on how many people. I like the idea of 9 to 12. Huge steering committees are bad, but you're also right. We got to be sure we get the right mix. I think, you know, the commission did a great job on the aquatics one. And I think we can do the same with this.
Well, so we'll be screening the applications for looking for all those representatives of all those groups.
Yes, Mayor, I have, I just want to point out item H for the streetscape electrical outlets and circuits downtown. I do think this is a priority, and certainly we've been late to the game in getting that fixed. But because this is August, so just to inform the community, there are 100 tree wells that need repair downtown. Each tree well is $3,000 for repair. So the estimated budget is $300,000, and the recommended funding source is EcoDevo funds. My question is the timeline, because we are looking at trying to get everything done by November because of the whole, all of the events we have coming. If this is August, what is the timeline? Even if it's approved right now, today, what does that timeline look for the repairs to be done by that date?
Thank you, Commissioner. Jason Hilgers, Deputy City Manager. We met with our consultants this afternoon. I invited Patrick Schaub here this evening with BVN if you have further questions, but it's a full court press at this point in time. Try to get materials ordered, try to get contractors lined up, electricians hired, and out there to hopefully install as many as we can by the 1st of November. We know shortly thereafter the holiday season starts, and obviously that's one component of the use of this electrical upgrade. But there are many others that utilize our tree wells for electrical service throughout the year, and this is a piece of infrastructure that we've had in place for a number of years, and obviously it's in disrepair at this point in time and unsafe to utilize. So we're doing our best to get everyone coordinated so we can have just as much done here early fall as we can before the holiday season.
Sure, and maybe Patrick can answer this. So how much can be done by that November date? All 100? Or are we looking at 50 or 20? What is the priority that needs to be done by that date? Because we are putting a significant amount of money rather quickly on an urgent basis, and you just, gave examples of all of the challenges. So I was wondering,
Sure.
what is the priority number? Is it all 100 or 50 or 20, or what is that?
There are 15 tree wills on each side of the street per block. So in the 300 block of points, there are 15 on the north and 15 on the south. You go to the next block, you have the same number, 15 on the north, 15 on the south. So just in those 2 blocks, you have 60 of tree wills. And I would think at this point in time, that's a priority. The X factor is getting materials hired, getting the contractor on the contractor schedule, and getting the electrician obviously hired as well. Those are 3 things we can't predict today. But we're going to go forward with the effort and the energy to try to get it as much done as we possibly can by November.
Okay. I don't know. I think my question is still the same. I understand we need to get all of them done. But like I said, I just wanted to know if, what that priority was for the whole lighting pieces. And maybe that's not there. Maybe there isn't, like, this road needs to get done first, or this road needs to get done second. This road gets done third, or.
It's really more of a preferential to the district, to the community. What would you like to see done first? And
Right,
I think
that's what I
Points
meant.
Avenue is where the effort and the energy will be first.
Right. And just for that timeline, because I don't expect all of them to be done by November. At least that's what I'm thinking, realistically speaking. So I just wanted to know what
And
streets.
we weren't told no today. We weren't
Okay.
told absolutely yes, it'll happen, but we weren't told no. So we're optimistic that we'll attempt to get as many of the 100 done as we can. We obviously have Blue Earth Plaza, 3rd Street on the south end that connects into the Festival of Lights. That'll be another area of priority to go ahead and get those electrical outlets replaced there too.
All right. Patrick, would you like to add anything to that discussion?
Sure. I'll just say that we've been met today with the entire team and talked about potentials for getting those delivered. We're quite flexible in the way we can approach these. There isn't, in talking to the contractors and how they might approach it, there is no penalty to be paid for doing some in this area and then moving to another area if that becomes a priority because of the way things are circuited, as long as you do 1/2 of a block face at a time, so we can complete that circuit, get it back in place. We can move from place to place. As Jason said, I think our priority will be to start on Points Avenue at 3rd Street, go as far, at least 3 blocks there to get the downtown Points Avenue covered, and then look at Beaumont. Of course, at this point, really, along with getting contracts in place, getting materials ordered
Yeah.
because of the long lead times we're experiencing. So we're working pretty diligently to find out what materials are available and trying to be flexible in how we approach the repairs so that we can be most efficient in getting available materials and getting here in a timely way.
Sure. And I only ask because there's already so much planning being done that I'm sure the committees that are working on all of those plannings would like to have an idea. I think even the Veterans Day Parade and all of these things that are happening, you just never know what's going to happen. So just to give them an idea of what to expect.
Right.
So thank you for being here this
Sure,
evening, and I
absolutely.
appreciate it.
Do you already have a contractor?
We've been consulting with BHS Construction
Okay.
to do that, just to work with them on timelines and things and what they're seeing as far as
Okay.
delivery dates on materials.
I would like just to speak to the whole group and say that I'd like to not wait until the very last minute and rush things through like this. I mean, I think we've known for some time that there's an issue, and whoever, and we're just being really pushed on this, and just wanted to make that statement. Thank you. Not hassling you, you just got called in, I would imagine. All right,
Understandable.
thank you.
Well, I think this item H it's just a big deal. It's the culture of downtown for the holidays, and without the electric, just everything sort of falls apart. So I hope we can get them all fixed. I'm optimistic that maybe we caught it in just enough time. And it's just vital to make the holiday season work.
Mayor, can I ask for our city manager to outline the process for item H, or not H, F2, which is the process to select Project Citizen Steering Committee, just to help, I've already gotten, I think we'll all get requests. What is the process, right? So if we could get you to lay that out, and that would be Much appreciated.
Sure, thank you, Commissioner. What we had indicated in the report was to use a process similar to what we did with the indoor aquatics study and analysis. We created a form on the website that folks could fill out if they were interested in participating, and we had in mind to do the same type of thing, and then put, who their representative, or their neighborhood, or a developer, or a landlord, or a tenant, whatever the case may be, what of the expertise areas, and maybe we'll list those and put a check mark by if they, or other. And then they'd submit those, and then we'd provide all of those to you all. And what I'm hearing the mayor say, he wants to hear your input as well. And so I think he's looking at commissioners to give recommendations to the mayor, and then ultimately recommend a group from those folks that want to participate. We would review those to ensure that all of those categories are covered, and if there's not, to try and seek out additional input from some underrepresented categories.
And I apologize for not asking sooner, but I recall, I believe I saw an article you presented at the Pot County meeting, and they had did they request to be involved in the housing study, or?
So they were just curious about whether or not, the growth area would have some ability, and whether that's, a developer or builders or other representation, and we would send them those forms. So if they want to nominate some folks to sit on that would be under your consideration.
So there isn't like a hard boundary, as far as like on our advisory board, sometimes there's city limits. So this could be people outside the city limits that apply.
That would be, your prerogative as a commission. We did that with the aquatics. So, I mean, it's not a permanent board. It's just a committee to help guide this process, so.
And I want to make one other comment on it. I like the idea of the study. I think we need to do it as a foundation for the later on workforce group that we're going to put together, and the affordable housing group, but I don't like the funding for it. If you look into the details, part of it is funded by, economic development funds, which is fine, but somewhere around 35,000 is coming out of the water funds. It's split between stormwater and wastewater and sewer, and I think that's not what we should do with the funds. I'm all for fencing those and letting them work with water. Later tonight, we're gonna talk about water rates. Why do they keep going up? Well, maybe it's because there's plans to use a portion of that to fund the housing study. I want to fund the study, but I won't vote on this the way it's written tonight because I don't like that funding mechanism.
I was wondering on that, is that something that once that sales tax kicks in January 2023, that we could reimburse these funds out of some of that percentage of that, since that money is supposed to go for, workforce housing initiatives and things like that? Could the first 100,000 of the money collected reimburse EcoDevo, water, sewer, stormwater funds so that they're made whole? Because that's the reason we're doing this study, is because of that money that's going to come available. Is that an option at all?
I don't know, we'd have to look at that a little closer, just from the sequencing and timing relative to when the funds were approved for, and that sort of thing. It could be discretionary on the commission's part. I do think there is an option of potentially using some ARPA funds for this as well.
So what kind?
Some of our ARPA funds that we don't know what the final rules will be, but housing, and especially equitable housing as well as affordable housing, are all priorities that the federal government is certainly recommending, and this study will help analyze that. So that might be a possibility as well.
So I'd like to recommend to the commission that we approve it with the caveat that no water funds are used. And then unfortunately, then the staff will have to figure out how to make the rest of that work, but otherwise I can't support it, but I do want to see it happen. So it's also possible to just, amend this item F and just say it'll be funded without use of any water funds, enterprise funds money.
I think not just water, but enterprise funds.
That's what I mean.
All
It's three
three of
accounts,
them.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. I agree.
So why can't we use all of it from EcoDevo funds. It's 95,000. We were just approved 300,000 also. I think this is also, in my opinion, it is about workforce. That is the reason we are doing it, as far as economic development and jobs and creating an environment where people can come and live and work. I'm not against using the EcoDevo funds for the complete 95,000.
Okay, that's a good recommendation. So whoever makes the motion on this can add that to item F if we want to do it that way.
I mean, certainly that's the commission's prerogative. If they want to, there's no reason they couldn't. That was just the way it was set up in the CIP originally.
Okay, do you want me to change that when we,
If you want to
Make
make
the
the motion
motion?
after we do public comments,
All
that'd
right.
be excellent, Commissioner Reddy. I appreciate that. Nobody signed up in advance, but is there anyone that wishes to make a public comment on any item on the consent agenda? Okay, seeing no one, then we'll close public comment. And at this point, we can have a possible motion on the consent agenda.
sure. Mayor, I move we approve the consent agenda with the amendment to item F for funding source and have the 95,000 completely from EcoDevo funds. Thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mayor Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Morse,
Yes.
Commissioner Hassel,
Yes.
Commissioner Estabrook,
Yes.
Commissioner Reddy.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next item on the agenda is public hearing to consider creating a benefit district for the Tuttle Creek Boulevard, US 24, and Meadowlark East Entrance, ST 2110. And I guess Rob Ott, the Director of Public Works, has the honor of presenting this one.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Rob Ott, Director of Public Works. Tonight is a public hearing for the creation of a benefit district for your consideration. This PowerPoint is very similar to the one that I showed you at the end of July. There is one new slide, and I'll point that out here in just a second. Agenda, again, similar. Quick background information. Back in February with the PUD requirements of Meadowlark, working with KDOT. You're aware that they've offered to pay for a portion of the construction only of the left turn lane on Tuttle Creek Boulevard going northbound. This is the new slide. Nope, I'm sorry, not quite yet. The improvements, there's kind of a part one and part two. Part one is this intersection with the additional length to the left turn lane and the median crossover, as well as repairs to the frontage road to remove and replace that damaged pavement basically to the property line of Dollar General, the southern property line, which provides connectivity to two other RDL as well as Darris. This is the new slide that I've added, and the first thing is on the end of July, I mentioned you all passed a resolution setting a public hearing date for tonight for consideration. We did mail out notices to all the potential members of the benefit district, letting them know. The city clerk published notices in the paper. I will tell you that I have been contacted by one of the four property owners, and they are within the benefit district. They are here tonight to speak, so I would encourage you all to please refrain from making any statements until you hear all the comments and positions from the during the public comment portion of the public hearing. Certainly, if you have questions at the end of this, feel free to ask questions and so forth. So tonight, we're conducting the hearing. There's 4 tracts of land being proposed. Nothing's changed since the end of July. City share remains at that roughly 28.6%, and the benefit district share at 71%. This is the breakdown of the cost per participant. You have your Part 1, which is the left turn lane, Part 2, which is the frontage road. KDOT is participating in construction only. There's still a contingency percentage as well as design costs. CE is construction observation or construction engineering, as well as bonding costs. None of these numbers have changed since the end of July. You can see KDOT's share on this item is 0%, and then how numbers are carried across to final for totals, and the total project costs, KDOT's share that they're willing to commit to, as well as the city share and the breakdown of how we get to some of those percentage and the math behind that, as well as the benefit district share. The next slide is a breakdown by each tract of our estimated annual assessment for each of these tracts. Again, final bonding costs, temp note costs, just overall construction. These are the estimates based on the maximum amount. If you were to create the benefit district, obviously those percentages can come down if we come in under budget. If we go over, obviously there's issues with that, but that's the reason why we have contingencies in the benefit district and so forth. The benefit district shares were established based off the acres of the lots, and that's how you get mathematically to these different percentages, and then a breakdown into the annual assessments. So, commissioners, we're asking you to essentially do, oh, I forgot to change this out, I apologize. Basically, we are asking you this evening to allow us to finalize an agreement between the city and the city of KDOT, as well as approve resolution 081721-B for the creation of the benefit district. And Mayor, with that, I'll stand for any questions from any of the commissioners. And again, you do have some folks in the audience that do wish to speak.
Okay, so Commissioner, just if you have questions of Rob on his presentation, but just limit it to that.
Yes, Commissioner Morris.
The initials RLD is the owner of the strip shopping center, right?
So RDL would be
RLD.
Blue Hills, where the restaurants,
Yeah.
KO Boxing,
Right.
that's
That's what I was asking.
Yep.
And it seems to me, when I look at the proportions, that it says it's 38% of the share, but Dollar General is 15.7, and that shopping center is so much bigger than twice the size of, I mean, seems like the proportion is off.
Sure. I'll just tell you, Commissioner, the way we mathematically did it is we took this column here, which is all the acres.
Right.
We added it up and we had a sum, and then you take that acres divided by the sum, and that's how we came to the percentage. So, and these acreages are in the resolution.
Okay.
They are based off the plats.
I bet your question basically, Dollar General must have a bunch of extra land that they own besides just their building and parking lot or something to skew that so much. Is that not?
I can try and pull up Riley County GIS,
But
perhaps
I
that'll
would
help.
bet that that's the deal, because it sure seems a lot smaller than the whole shopping center, but they may have more land as part of their lot than we think.
We
they might be.
associate with it just on observation.
Yeah, visually, perhaps,
Yeah.
as you're out there.
Rob, you're a whiz. Thank you for looking it up.
It's okay. I don't know if I'm a whiz.
Otherwise, it'd be a month.
Let's see, there's Kimball. So, let me,
Yeah, they got a long strip,
so,
including that.
right here, if you can see the crayon,
Yeah,
cyan, whatever color that is Dollar General.
okay, so that big, thick parking lot there. And that
Is
includes part of the access road then,
The access road
goes through there.
stops right here in terms of the improvements being proposed tonight in the
Okay.
benefit district. Will stop essentially right here.
Okay,
Correct, Mark?
so the parking lot for Dollar General is not associated with the parking lot for the rest of the shopping center.
We're not
Okay.
talking about any improvements to the parking lot. We're talking about the improvements
Okay,
of the frontage road to this point, Commissioner.
that helps, Rob, thank you,
I think there might have been,
as I looked at these numbers. The other question I had is, sometimes in benefit districts, the city is a minimal player because the landowners end up paying the majority. What is our policy?
no, that's an excellent question. So typically, local roads is 100% assigned to the adjacent property owners. In terms of arterials and collectors, arterials is the 80-20.
Okay,
And again, I think I stated this back at the end of July, benefit district percentages are always at the discretion of the commissioners.
but so,
That being more or less, and
Yeah.
there's, again, that's the reason why we're holding a public hearing here.
so are collectors at the 80-20 rule too?
I think they're at 50-50. I'd have to
Okay.
pull it. Yeah, you don't know off the top of your head. I can pull it. I think it's 50-50, Commissioner.
All right, thanks. I just was trying to get to, when we do a subdivision and the street and all of the utilities are divided and assessed to the homeowners ultimately that buy the property. So for commercial property on a highway with KDOT involved, or, I mean, we're splitting this up in some different ways.
Yep. But I would say that we're consistent with our policy because, we're 80% on the share of the turn lane, which is, Tuttle Creek Boulevard or US 24 certainly is an arterial. It's,
Right, absolutely.
and then our city share on the frontage road, the way it's mathematically calculated is 0%. That's just the position staff took, and you all agreed back in the end of July. So.
I appreciate your going back over it again. Thank you.
That's okay.
Okay.
Commissioners, any other questions? Mayor, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Okay, then what we need to do at this point is conduct a public hearing. So anyone wanting to make, at this point, we need to do the public hearing. And so anyone wanting to make comment can come forward and do so at this time. Be sure to state your name and address, so we'll have it for the record.
Good evening, Commissioners. David Detweiler, manager for RLD Properties. So we got an opportunity to look at this, come back. I know you made the comment you thought the shopping center was a larger share of this, but I guess I'd like to point out the shopping center has an access off Kimball Avenue. It is 0 feet from Kimball Avenue. You're asking our property to pay approximately $130,000 or $200,000 over the term of this special assessment for an entrance that's 500 feet away. If somebody's wanting into our shopping center, they can simply go down to Kimball Avenue. There are no access roads on 24 that they could turn onto and not use Kimball to access our property. One option that I thought you might entertain is the Economic Development Fund. That could help kick in on this project a little bit. I can't deny we definitely have traffic that comes off that frontage road, but it is no means $130,000 worth of business traffic. I believe in the past, some people have come and spoke for a benefit district and said that we're such a distance from this entrance, we're paying for such a frontage road here that our share is unequitable. I think talking to different tenants, if we could get that share down to 19% or a special assessment down to roughly $5,000 a year, that would be a lot more agreeable. I think as Mr. Hattersall has made comment in the past, property taxes are going up, getting higher. A year and a half ago, you guys passed a resolution to say that Blue Hills needed to be sprinkled. The north end of that is a retroactive code. That's $130,000 that we're gonna have to pay for. This is gonna be another $130,000. you're gonna tax all of these businesses out of business. Then you're gonna get no dollars. Thank you. You have any questions?
Okay, are there any other
David,
comments?
would you please sign in?
Yep.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this topic? And of course, during the public hearing portion, we're not supposed to engage with the speakers, so.
Well, I put my name down, everybody knows who I am. So Mark Bashamp with Olson. I just want to make a few comments here. We did a traffic study that looked at the traffic counts as they are today prior to the clinic being started. And when you look at the traffic counts in the AM and PM peaks and you compare them to an AM PM peak of the clinic, which will be served for this, there is no difference. It is still 15 left turns on a AM and then 6 turns in the PM peak, which the clinic is not going to introduce any more traffic in that AM PM peak. The requirement of the extension of the left turn lane is only because of corridor management requirement by KDOT to make it up to current standards. Otherwise, it wouldn't be completed. We have worked with staff, and because the question is let's just stop these improvements at the clinic and abandon that frontage road, because that is something that everybody would like to just cut the expense and do that. But that is the second access for fire protection, ambulance, and all that for that whole strip center, so that can't be done. So when you're looking at traffic flow utilizing the facility, they use both locations, and it's requirement to have both locations. So I guess what I'm saying is, when you look at the use of that, primarily the whole use of that frontage road is for that shopping center and not for Meadowlark, as it really won't be even used for Meadowlark until that clinic, and it's only that upper portion. Therefore, the reason for the assessment for the people that are actually using the access road. So, thanks.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak to this issue?
Good evening, Chris Nelson with Meadowlark, and my comments aren't probably too dissimilar from what I mentioned in July, but to me the formation of the benefit district comes down to what I would consider 3 facts and not even opinions, and those are, even before we started construction on that clinic, that road was in bad need of repair. The road was in need of repair because all of the use that road has received from the Blue Hills owners or customers. And then moving forward, after our clinic is built, both Blue Hills as well as Meadowlark will benefit from that access road. So, I think unless any of those 3 items can be proven as false, then it makes a lot of sense for this benefit district to be formed. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak? I guess. No? What's that?
Not to withstand what the gentleman from Olson and Chris Nelson said, I've got a bid from Shelling Construction to come in and lay 6 inches of base after milling out the previous asphalt, lay 4 inches asphalt again for approximately $90,000. That's cheaper than what we're doing by far. If you truly believe that Blue Hills is responsible for this road, that would be a much better solution in my opinion. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, then we'll close the public hearing and come back to the city commission.
So Rob, where'd you go? So the amount of the cost of the frontage road is an engineer's estimate, or is it a real-world estimate from a?
It is an engineer's estimate. It was prepared by Olson Associates. You know, obviously, we look at bid prices. We have a little bit of inflation in there. I believe it was complete removal and replacement to city standards, and I believe it was concrete. So, and I understand the gentleman talked about an alternative using asphalt. I mean, Mark and I can certainly sit down and look at those options. This obviously establishes a maximum threshold for that project. And, you know, again, like anything, if you begin to deduct on your standards, sometimes.
That's fine. I guess if it ends up coming in $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 less, everybody's percent just goes, their
That's
part just
correct.
goes down on a percentage basis.
That's absolutely correct. This establishes a maximum threshold that can be assessed to each property owner. It's similar to the 17th, it was called 17th Street at the time, Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. We did sanitary sewer. We had to come back to you because bids were just so high. You know, once that maximum threshold's set, we can't change it unless we come back to you all. It doesn't preclude us from looking at alternatives. We certainly have brought other projects in under before. So it's close to real world, but it is not a fair market bid from contractors.
Rob, this is Aaron.
Yes, sir.
The Commissioner Hattasol mentioned it would the percentage would go down, but the percentage would stay
I'm
the
sorry.
same, correct? Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
I apologize.
This locks in the percentage. The dollar amounts might go down.
Yeah, I
Okay.
apologize. I shouldn't have said percentage. Yeah, if this number right here, Commissioner, is reduced, then obviously all the percentages stay the same. It just, as the math works its way through, it comes out less. Yep. Commissioners, any other questions?
Just to clarify, last thing, you're talking about total reconstruction like what they're doing up on Kimball, where you
Yep.
go down to the dirt and start over again.
If I remember right, it was tear it down to the base. There's most likely not base rock underneath that existing roadway. Again, city standard 4-inch AB1 and 6-inch concrete, non-reinforced dowel jointed. I can't remember if there's curb and gutter. Go ahead, Mark.
Yes, it's curb and gutter, but I also want to bring up, there's a lot of trucks that park on there and use that, a lot of semis that are loaded and they stay there overnight. That's the reason we specified a concrete pavement with subgrade because of the heavy use that's going to be used on it.
Could put no truck parking.
We were doing that currently.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
So what are our options this evening?
Well, I might look to Bill Frost for a little bit of help here. Since Bill's been intimately involved with this. Sorry, Katie. Hopefully that's okay. Okay.
Bill Frost, outside counsel for the city. Your options are you can create this benefit district. You can reduce the size of the district that's been proposed. You can't expand it. you have to set all the parameters. The parameters are in the resolution, but you can change those parameters. Right now, the parameter calls for a project, this part of the project to be as described, concrete. You can change that description into some different type of project. You can change the method of assessment. Right now, the method of assessment is on an equal share per square foot for each of the properties. You can modify that. It's difficult and complicated for you sitting here to come up with a different mechanism, but you can do that. You can change the apportionment, which is right now 28% to the city and 71% to the benefit district. You can change that. So those are your options.
See, my thoughts on it, it's sort of conflicting information, like maybe, I think the RLD portion doesn't believe that they're gonna benefit as much from the road, but then, when you see the logic on the traffic counts, I mean, apparently people are using it now. And we do have to have that fire and ambulance, entrance, and so it really is not a case of, do we need to build it? I think that's pretty much resolved. We need to put it there. The question is the funding, and is there any way to drive down the cost? And I think the system you used is as fair as any, but still, when I looked at those numbers, that's sort of scary if you're the business owners. And all of a sudden, you're gonna get a new annual payment at roughly almost $1,000 a month. That's not good, but I don't know where else is there available funds. If we were to increase the city share, for instance, it would lower everybody's, but where's that money coming from? I mean, that's the question.
That is correct. Yep.
And that's not an option for me. This is a commercial property, and this road has, I live in that area. We have bumped and grind and, worn out cars. And there's more than 15 cars a day that go down that little access road, I can tell you. I don't know about, you gotta come off the highway to get on that access road. So anyway, it's neither here nor there. It's needed to happen for a long time. And people, as a commissioner, people have come to me and said, can't you do anything about that? And when I would talk to the city, there'd be this convoluted answer of, well, it's not ours, it's a combination of KDOT, and it's the property owner, and yada, yada. And now it's building out. It's no longer just a piece or two pieces. It is, the building is, it's complete. And it's time is all. I wanted to ask how wide the road is. You're not allowing for parking along the road anywhere, are you?
Oh, the new road?
Yeah, it's just gonna be
shoot.
2 lanes only?
No, 27, 25 back to back. Okay, two lanes.
2 lanes, and it's curb and gutter, which is our standard. Okay. I just wanted to be sure we weren't
Yep.
doing it too wide, but I think it's necessary. I think the shopping center will benefit from it. Ultimately, as the community grows to the north and there's more traffic, the congestion there on Kimball after you come off of Highway 24 is pretty tenuous, because you're like 4 cars and lengths, and there's somebody's turning and the whole traffic stops. So I think it will be a benefit. I can't envision exactly what's going to happen up at the clinic side, because I don't know. I can't envision their situation yet. But I actually support this, and I'm My experience is that nobody who's being pulled into a benefit district is really happy. Only new homeowners who hear about their assessment later. But I live on a street that was added to a benefit district. And mine was a little gravel one-lane road, and suddenly it was an access to 130 or 100 houses. And I didn't appreciate it at all. I objected. But on the other hand, it's a benefit to all of the people in that area to have paved roads and not gravel that, you know, diminishes and over time and has huge ruts. So anyway, so I'm just saying that it's a logical thing that happens when a rural area gets included in an urban area. And that's exactly what this piece of property is all about.
Any other comments from the
I
commission?
thought you had closed the public hearing.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
It's the commissioners that, if you have any other comments.
My only comment is, I think I'm hearing, this from the RLD, you know, that, there's concerns, not just because of this, but other things that are stacking up, and I'm hearing that, you know, all of this adds up to putting you in a tough position and putting business owners in a tough position. So don't for a second think I'm not hearing that, but I agree with the rest of the commission so far. You know, this is logical steps. The other things before this that add to the burden those have to carry are not in the scope of this vote here for me, but important and informative. So thanks.
Mayor, I would like to move that that the City Commission approve resolution number 081721-B, making findings and establishing the parameters of the project as set forth in the notice, deeming the project advisable and authorizing construction of the improvements to the Meadowlark entrance and US 24 left turn lane and frontage road, ST 2110, transportation improvements, and authorize city administration to finalize and the mayor and city clerk to execute a KDOT document.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Morse,
Yes.
Commissioner Hattasol,
Yes.
Commissioner Estabrook,
Yes.
Commissioner Reddy,
Yes.
Mayor Butler.
Yes, and I trust, Public Works will do its best to drive down the cost on this matter.
Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the municipal facility review for signage at the Anthony Middle School and Eisenhower Middle School recreation centers. I guess, Chad, you're gonna do the honor of covering this topic.
I will be happy to if I can find my PowerPoint. There it is. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Chad Bunger. I'm the Assistant Director for Community Development, and provide a brief overview of two municipal facility reviews bundled into one for our recreation centers at Eisenhower Middle School and Anthony Middle School. Kind of location, if you're unfamiliar with the middle schools there. They are fairly identical requests, in large part because they're fairly identical buildings. As you can see here, the vicinity and site plan of the Anthony School, or Anthony Rec Center, and then the Eisenhower Rec Center. What we're discussing are these signs, again, identical facades. What was originally proposed and permitted were these wall signs to the lower right here. They met the size and sign type requirements for the buildings as an institutional use in a residential district. However, what was constructed, and in the case of Anthony Middle School's rec center, what was installed was this approximate 40 square foot awning sign. Awning signs are not a permitted sign type for this use really in the residential district at all. The justification and the reasoning behind it was would be more visible to both buildings if it was an awning sign over its entrance rather than a wall sign that probably would be not real visible from the roadways because those buildings are tucked back a bit and there's a closer view. So in order to accommodate this, Park and Rec's elected to do a municipal facility review for approval. As I mentioned, the Anthony sign is installed and the Eisenhower sign is not yet, although I believe it's constructed. I'm just waiting for this approval. As you can see here with the site plans, the distance from the roadway from the building and where the sign would be to the roadway, especially in the Anthony case, it is a great deal away, so that wall sign would definitely be hidden. So the planning board heard this request a couple of weeks ago, recommended approval to you based off the findings of the staff report. And so bringing that forward to you, their recommendation for approval as well as city staff's recommendation for approval of allowing these changes as they are a benefit to the community, that any impact is outweighed from. So happy to answer any question that you may have.
Okay, does the commission have any questions of Chad?
Just to clarify, the way I read this is just a formality, and the city is going through this process as any other applicant would have to do in order to make this change.
I certainly wouldn't call it a formality, but it is the avenue, one of the avenues to remedy the situation.
Right.
As I mentioned, the Anthony sign is up, so technically the city violated itself, and so we're trying to address that. So this is the preferred remedy to it.
That's what I think. Thank
But
you, Chad.
I would not call it a formality. Anything that we bring for you, certainly not a more formality.
The sign's already up. Okay, thanks.
Okay, is this gonna be integrated into our Manhattan Developmental Code so that we don't go through these gyrations again?
We have not looked at this sign type to be allowed here. You know, awning signs are fairly commercial in nature, so we haven't necessarily considered those, being that this is in a residential district. It's certainly something, if you would like us to, we can. We also have a placeholder for a public use zoning district that could be, we don't have a whole lot of, you know, we just have some really broad sides put to it. We don't have specific rules, so there'd be another avenue to fold this in. But we have not taken this on as an edit to the sign code, unless you'd like us to.
Just seems like, you know, I know it's a residential area, but, you know, you got the school there, and when you look at it, it makes all the sense in the world, the way that sign is put there. And this is just a case where maybe we're over-regulating something. You know, I know what the intent was. The intent was to be sure you didn't have something weird out there.
Okay.
All right, and then the other, getting a reminder here from legal, just for any of us to disclose if we had any discussions with anybody about the signs. I have not.
I have not that, just that I've heard it in a briefing or, I've had no personal conversations.
No, Eddie did not call me.
No, I did not have a conversation with anyone.
Yeah, I don't think this one set anybody's hair on fire out there. Got no emails on it or anything, so it is sort of just a formality to get this done. So at this point, we need to conduct a public hearing. So is there anyone that wishes to talk about the signs? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing part and ask the commission if you have anything else you want to discuss on this.
I'm gonna make a move.
Okay, I guess we're not gonna have any further discussion. We can go ahead and make a motion then.
I move that, find that the public interest, that's the motion, right? Find the public interest to be served by the signage at the Anthony Middle School Recreation Center and Eisenhower Middle School Recreation Center outweigh the impacts upon legitimate community interests. As such, impacts are mitigated by conditions of approval, and approve first reading of an ordinance authorizing the proposed signage improvements to the Eisenhower Middle School Recreation Center located at 2850 Kirkwood Drive, and existing signage improvements to Anthony Middle School Recreation Center located at 2415 Browning Avenue, based on the recommendation by the Planning Board and findings in the staff report with 2 conditions of approval.
I second the motion.
Okay, City Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Hassel,
Yes?
Commissioner Estabrook,
Yes.
Commissioner Ready,
Oops. Yes.
Mayor Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Morse.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so now we can move on to the general agenda. And the first item is to consider a selection committee's recommendation for developer regarding the city's Aggieville parking lot at 12th Street and Laramie Street, and proceed to negotiate a pre-development agreement.
Mayor, before we start on that, I wanted to inform the commission that I'm not going to be participating in this item. I have a family member that's employed by the developer. It's not a legal conflict, but by our ethics policy, I think it's prudent for me not to participate. I haven't participated from a staff perspective for this review, so I'll continue that. Thank you.
Okay, so Jason, you can take it from there.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. This evening, as you mentioned, we're going through the RFP process that we conducted since February. So in March, the Commission authorized the issuance of the RFP. In April, those submissions were due. We received 1 proposal. And I would just remind you, the RFP itself was a very thorough document. It was something that not only we built in anticipation of the vision for Aggieville, in which we've been working on since 2015, but we also got feedback from you all as commissioners in terms of those primary objectives and those secondary objectives. May 18th, the selection committee met to review the single proposal, and on June 22nd, we conducted an interview of Back 9 Development. At this point in time, I'd like to introduce TJ Vilkanskis with Back 9, and he will go through their proposal for you all to consider, much like the selection committee did. As soon as he's complete, then I will come back up and give you a summary of where we're at and next steps moving forward. You guys got a thumb drive? You should be able to, we'll just drag it to the distance. is this your presentation?
Well, yeah, either one of those. This one has the video in it.
In it? Okay, you can do it either way. Yeah.
Hi, my name is TJ Vilkansius. I reside at 3417 Vanesta Drive here in Manhattan, Kansas. I am here today representing Back 9 Development. I'm going to briefly go over a short presentation that is in regards to the city's parking lot in Aggieville that is behind the current Kites location is among other businesses. I am only a small part of this team. We have formed a fantastic team of local business leaders where Manhattan is very important to them personally and their businesses. Starting off with Tracy Anderson of Anderson Knight Architects. Tracy is our visionary. Most of you have seen a lot of the stuff he's put out here lately, and really this was his original concept. And he came to me to figure out a way to get something like this done. Mark Boshamp at Olson. Mark is very active in the community of Manhattan. You've already heard him talk today, in particular the Aggieville district. And Patrick Shutter. BHS has been selected as our partner to serve as the general contractor on this particular project. We feel BHS does more commercial construction in Manhattan than anybody else. They have a lot of local ties, and we thought they would be an excellent fit to serve that role. A vibrant, historic, pedestrian-oriented urban district that offers diverse shopping, dining, entertainment, and residential opportunities to students, visitors, and the broader community. These are some of the things we heard from Aggieville businesses and people that frequent the area. When we started down this path to look into this project, it was really important to all of us that we visited with the Aggieville business owners, that we visited with the Aggieville Business Association, that we visited with the City of Manhattan, and that we visited with the Chamber of Commerce. We wanted to make sure that this was a collaborative effort going forward to make sure that all parties were heard and all parties were a part of this discussion. There's a few renderings as we go throughout here of what we anticipate this project to be. Right here, we're showing an outdoor space that's going to be open to the general public. It was important to us that we did create space that anybody could utilize. This is in a key part of our community, in a key area of our community. We wanted this to be public space. We anticipate that the total project cost will exceed $40 million in construction cost. We anticipate it will generate 700 plus jobs. We anticipate it will generate somewhere between $1 and $2 million of annual property tax revenue. Of that property tax revenue, all of you are aware there is an Aggieville TIF district until I believe it expires the year 2038. That property tax revenue in that TIF district will go a long ways to helping us improve the Aggieville area. And in addition to the property tax revenue, we anticipate around $403,000 of annual sales tax revenue that goes to the City of Manhattan. So why am I here as a developer? Our company, Back 9 Development, has recently been involved in a number of different projects throughout the community. We have a track record of collaborating with a lot of experts in their fields and coordinating a group of people to come together to make projects happen. My background is in the commercial banking world. So I learned through the banking industry how to structure a bankable deal and how to incorporate outside money into the project to make sure that it is successful. We're familiar with the area. We recently completed projects at the 12B apartments and the Avenue M apartments there on Manhattan Avenue and Bluemont. When Tracy came to me with this idea, the reason it stuck out to me is we've done a lot of residential stuff here lately. But right now what we really feel Manhattan needs is more job creation tools. When all of us got together, we're in the world of development and real estate. How can we help create jobs? And we can help create jobs by building facilities that promote that. We'll get into the details of this building, but it's going to be important to note 150,000 plus square feet of this building is office space. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. Well, right here we will. So the ground level is anticipated to have about 21,000 square feet of retail. It's really important that I say this. A big portion of that retail is going to be relocating an existing building inside of it. So that is not going to change. And we are working with the Aggieville Business Association to make sure that we strive to put complementary businesses in there. We're not there to create competitors for the great businesses that we already have in Aggieville that have worked really hard over the years to maintain their business and offer a tremendous service to everybody in Manhattan. So it is important to us that we focus on complementary businesses to fill that space. In addition to the retail, we wanted to focus on bringing people to Aggieville from 8 to 5. In talking to the chamber and other local organizations, one thing that we are missing here in Manhattan is the ability to create full floor, large spaces for people that want to have an office. They want to be located close to Kansas State. They want to be in the Aggieville area. They want to be in Manhattan. But those spaces, especially as far as new construction and new amenities come, they don't exist today. We've been contacted by a number of different groups who are interested in a potential project such as this, which is what gave us the confidence to kind of move this forward. Of the building, 13,000 square feet will be the public space that I commented briefly on earlier, and the potential to add 23,000 square feet of residential that would mainly be on the very top level of the building. Grand staircase in the 12th Street pedestrian mall, which basically is the extension of the great work that the city's done already there across from Taco Lucha between them and the new courtyard. The building itself will provide 74 parking stalls. We're going to leverage the off-peak parking of the new parking garage. As I mentioned earlier, the building is designed to create 8 to 5 jobs, so having people there during the day. Right now, a lot of people that frequent Aggieville is more an evening crowd for dinner and drinks and other things, so we wanted to focus on creating traffic there on off-peak hours. It will help the parking garage generate additional parking revenue. And the revenue that the property tax provides can help, generate money for infrastructure projects in the area. One of the questions we had when we were doing our interview is, how is the construction of this building going to affect Aggieville? And the biggest thing I can tell you is that's why we went out and we hired BHS. We feel like they have a track record of working with the city of Manhattan and being able to communicate effectively and collaborate with all the city officials to make sure that it is little impactful as possible. Obviously, it's going to be a major construction project, so it will impact some people, but we wanted to make sure that through proper communication, we were doing the best we can to take care of that. And we'll talk about on the timeline here in a second. So our anticipated schedule would be, we're here today, we're looking at, getting to a pre-development contract. Over the next 3 to 4 months, we'll be fundraising for the project. We'll wait, obviously, for the parking garage to be complete, which was a requirement of the RFP. And we don't anticipate any construction being started until August of 2022, with potential tenant move-in in April of 2024. I'm going to go through a few renderings. There's nothing set in stone at this point in time, but it's just to give everybody an idea for what the potential of this project could be. We couldn't be more excited about this. We couldn't be more excited about the opportunity to create jobs. We talk about affordable housing, we talk about all of these things. Our biggest problem is we need jobs. I was in a meeting this morning at the chamber, and they talked about we've grown 3% a year for the last 10 years or something along those lines, and that's just not sustainable in our community. We need to generate growth, else we're going to start going backwards. And so we're really excited about this and the potential to generate jobs, the potential to attract Kansas State graduates, keep them in Manhattan, have a place for them to work with amenities that they see in other big cities. This is the grand staircase you're looking at. This would be from Laramie looking up at the courtyard area. This is what it looks like today. The building itself would stretch over the entire block. How do you get to that video, Jason? Tracy's prepared a short video for us, and I'll stay here for questions. Thank you. I think, you know, the video did a great job of showing this live, work, play that we're starting to see all over the country, and we just want to make sure Manhattan's a part of that. We really appreciate your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think the one question that a couple people posed to me is the parking. Now, we're gonna lose, I don't know, how many parking places are there now? Somewhere around 100?
Yeah, I think there's 95-ish.
Yeah, I thought it was right around 100. And so when you put this building in, you're gonna end up with about 74 parking places?
Correct, yes.
So the net loss is, you know, gonna be somewhere around 25.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, the idea there is to, you know, utilize the new parking garage right across the street that the city has under construction right now.
Two questions. One, in the information I reviewed, you talked about Chipotle and like how they're, but it seems like there's maybe more discussion, or I don't know. I'd like to hear more about what that exists as in the partnership. But the other part is the jobs, the 700 jobs. You're talking about office space. Can you expand on what that, I guess, creating the space, how, what more is there beyond creating the space that will create jobs?
Yeah, well, that formula was done based on a square footage ratio of how many jobs that type of square footage can create. We partnered with a group out of Kansas City area, which is the old Red Development. They have a long history and track record of being able to attract businesses to go into a space like this. The members that we're working with as part of their team are local to Manhattan and understand the community really well. So through a joint effort with them, that's how we plan to work to attract some businesses that are not already located here to come here and utilize that space. There are a number of steps still to happen before this project becomes a reality. All we're really seeking today is the opportunity to enter into a pre-development agreement with the city of Manhattan. There are a few moving parts on whether or not this ends up happening or not. We've made some really, really good inroads. The one group that hangs out there a little bit is Chipotle, and we're in talks with them right now, but that's kind of the one area that is not a done deal. We have some alternatives that don't include them, but quite frankly, it doesn't work as well. You lose more parking. So that was already a comment that was made. And so we're trying to make sure that that's not a reality. But as a group in Manhattan, Kansas, going to a corporate-owned Chipotle store without anything other than this is our big idea, it's really important for us to be able to partner with the city and have some sort of pre-development agreement that basically says, if you do this, this happens. And that's really all we're asking for today. The city's basically going to say, you know, background development, if you do this, then this is going to happen. And that's basically what we're after today, to make sure that we're in the best position we can be in to create a really special place for the community.
I'm excited about the vision, and I think as that vision starts to roll out, and what I hear more about is those whys and hows.
Commissioner, the only thing I would add, just in the short time, and I would say the last 6 to 12 months, you know, when you've heard from Jason Smith and Darren Solden, and even Sarah Siders, there's interest in Manhattan. Even the speculative building program that is being tossed around and the commission will hear an update on, we're hearing more and more interest without a real desire to build their own buildings. They're looking for space to move into. We feel like the Innovation District, Aggieville, and its connection with Kansas State University has that potential. And what TJ has proposed and his team, it fits within that vision. There's no magic group out there ready to take up 700 spaces, you know, in terms of offices. But we do have more interest today than, you know, you look back a couple decades. There's more interest. There are more companies looking, and they're looking for space like this. I think Manhattan is in a unique position with a commercial district like this next to its university to even have this opportunity in front of us. And again, when we put that RFP together, we were looking for a lot of different objectives. And with a partnership, they may come to a reality.
I'll just say too, you know, you ask how, you know, in our models, this is a 5 to 10 year time period in which after construction it's going to take this to fill this building. This is not a model we're creating where we're saying this building is going to be 100% full day one. It's going to take a little bit of time to attract the tenants and everything that are there. But through some of those conversations that Jason alluded to, we feel confident that it will be there. I'll also say, just in speaking to our track record, there is never been a project when we didn't go and raise outside capital. That's what we do as a company. We go and raise outside capital. This is a project where we're going to be bringing, you know, $15, $20, $25 million of cash to the table to make it happen, because that's what a bank's going to need to see to make something like this happen. They're going to need to see about a 50% equity position in this to make a project like this happen. We're well aware of that. There is significant interest in investing in Manhattan. There is significant interest out there to have their money here. There are other tools in this area that we can utilize, that we've utilized before, such as opportunity zones and some other items that really attracts people to want to be involved in this project. We have been really excited with the early interest in what we have to offer here. We have not finalized anything, but we have had a lot of preliminary discussions to get us to the point where we were able to put the RFP on the table because we felt confident that we could make the project happen.
I have some questions and
Sure.
just thoughts. On the photo we have from the top, there's a big parking lot near Chipotle, and have you already been able to negotiate something with them? You mentioned Chipotle, but I just wondered about this owner, because that would really scale down what you're doing if you couldn't do that.
Yes, no, that's a property that's managed by McCullough here locally, and we have been in conversations with them. Obviously, everything is preliminary upon this going forward with the city of Manhattan. But they have a vested interest in Manhattan, in Aggieville. They manage the apartment complex across the street. You put 700 jobs across the street from them.
Yeah.
They're extremely interested in partnering with us and doing something with that parking lot. I'm not as concerned with that portion.
Okay, that's good to hear, thank you. Overall, this is infill in so many ways and a redevelopment of, I lament the loss of all the city-owned parking in Aggieville. And, I mean, they're building a garage but it's not, as handy, let me just say that. We've heard that Aggieville, I think we've heard from Jason, that it is the most expensive real estate in Manhattan. And with this project, the city will have divested with most of our parking. And I do think it's important, I appreciate that the development team members are all local. I'm glad we didn't have somebody swooping in from outside. And I appreciated the assurance that all of the taxes are paid. I wanted to ask about the provision about coordinating and costs associated with the demolition of the existing parking lot and relocation of public and private utilities. Jason, what's more information about those?
Yeah, so the demolition cost would more than likely be part of the scheduling and the project specifics that would be part of that development agreement. As far as infrastructure goes, the alleyways would be more than likely part of this project between the businesses on the north and this side. So we would look at power. We would look at most likely some sewer down the alleyway and time to address that when this is under construction. We know from a scheduling and sequencing, Laramie Street as well as 12th Street will likely be the next two segments that we will get underway with design. If TJ and Back 9 are successful with this venture and they start construction, we will want to finish those streets and sidewalks and streetscape projects adjacent to the new building in that late 23, early 24 timeframe. So we would coordinate right with them as far as public infrastructure goes. As far as the site goes, we would look to the developer to incur those costs moving forward. But again, we can identify those within the development agreement as we move forward. I do have a few more slides that get into a little bit of the specifics on what we anticipate with the pre-development agreement. I can do that now, or I can do that later if you have more questions.
So you mentioned the alley, and I read that the alley would be the access point for the 74 parking spaces on the interior, as well as deliveries. And I know that deliveries block that alley on a regular basis, especially over the noon hour. That's mostly when I see when beer trucks are delivering. And so there's conflict there, and I'm sure you're going to work it out, because I don't need to hear it tonight, but this thing won't work if you have the alley blocked for an hour and a half while the driver goes in and eats lunch.
Right.
So, all right. And back to the sharing the costs of the alley improvement. You're talking about including it in the development. Improving the alley is part of the development. Is that what you said? Or
so the alley is public infrastructure.
Special benefit district, or what?
No, the alley would remain public infrastructure at this point in time.
Okay.
Again, they need to finalize their design to really speak to this.
Sure.
With Definity. We would anticipate maintaining the alley just like we do the other alleys.
Maintaining is not, I mean, that apartment complex just across on the back by the Bluemont Hotel, somebody built that apartment building and did not make any provision for the alley, and it was horrible, and expected the city to fix the alley. And I want to make sure that we're more forward-thinking, and that the alley is part of this, and it's not just dumped as an expense on the city.
Yeah, as
I
Rob
don't know who built that, don't get me wrong, I have no
Yep.
clue.
As Rob Ott, our Director of Public Works, has went through the sequencing with you all, the alleys have been part of
I know.
the approach all along. With this project of this magnitude, we've talked about actually moving that alley up in the queue in the city, maintaining ownership. We're going to have the utilities through that alley, so it makes sense for us to maintain that and rehab that at the same time that this development would go on. Again, more detail to come, more timelines to come, but it doesn't make sense for this project to complete itself, Laramie and 12th Street be done, and then we tear the alley up. It would make sense to do it at the same time.
I think it'd be a great benefit district issue, rather than the city absorbing all of the costs.
If we're going to look at it there, we would need to look at it everywhere. And right now,
This is you're making the case this is a unique situation, should be treated specially and moved up, and anyway.
I haven't made a case yet, but I will just come back to a tax increment finance district exists here to assist the city with these types of public infrastructure projects.
Okay, I'm thinking of the taxpayers, and I wasn't thinking about the TIF and how much it might offset the costs.
It may be able to absorb quite a bit of what we're talking about.
So what about, I am interested in utilities and how much we'll be spending on water, sewer, and stormwater as a result of, I mean, this is a much more intense use of the public infrastructure. And so, and you said you'll be, you have information that you'll share with us at a later time then? Is that what you're saying?
September 14th, we plan to come back to you all with an Aggieville update. At that point in time, Rob will have his sequencing, phasing plan for Aggieville, all phases. And it addresses water, sewer, storm, streets, sidewalks, alleyways, lighting throughout the entire district. We've had 2 or 3 different presentations on that sequencing. It updates itself about every 6 months to 12 months. We will provide you one September 14th.
I'm not sure that we specifically looked at the water or wastewater, but okay. And the provision, in the material, it says that the city would sell the parking lot for $1.
That is what the developer proposed in their submittal.
I can't do that. I mean, I think this is a great project. I believe it is. But I think I would, I'm not willing to sign away the public's interest in a $1-point-something million parking lot without some direct compensation. So I would be interested in selling the parking lot. We sold the smaller parking lot that the Marriott's is now on, and that is something that I'd be interested in. So just having said that.
I received an email on that, because a couple of people have commented on that, the $1 thing. My question is, and that's why I asked the parking question before, you're still gonna have 75 parking spaces in there. So are those gonna be private parking spaces or public, or how does that shake out?
I mean, we're still getting through some of the details involved with that, so I couldn't answer that question specifically. Right now, I'm sure it'll be a combination of public and private parking spaces.
Okay, because I think that mitigates, because I agree with Commissioner Morris, if we were just, gonna lose all the parking. But it really doesn't matter, even if residential people are there, they're gonna park in Aggieville. And so in my mind, as I started looking at this on, the idea of a total return on investment, You know, if we're gonna have a $40 million building there, it's gonna generate $1 million in property tax and about 500,000 in sales tax. And really, by selling it at a low price, or only losing 25 parking slots, you know, I think that's gotta be part of the equation, but I'm sure you'll hash that out in the pre-development,
And
you know, agreement.
it's really the purpose of the final development agreement. That land is part of the negotiation. When it transfers, makes a big difference. The community, based on previous development agreements that we've done, will know exactly what they're going to get, when they're going to get it, and how it's going to be delivered before that land is transferred. If any of those things don't materialize, we would anticipate the land would come back. So you only sell the land or transfer the land if you're going to get all those items you just mentioned: the property tax, the jobs, the sales tax, the investment itself, the $40 million. If you were just going to sell the property and you didn't care what went on it to generate revenue for the out years, that's a different RFP. The RFP we put together was about desiring a product that would generate the deliverables that we're speaking of this evening. If it's purely a land transaction and we just want to sell real estate, we went at it the wrong way. We went at it for a quality product that'll last decades and generate revenue every year, not just once. So the final development agreement is going to get at those specifics. It will identify when that land transfers and what contingencies are out there that have to be met for that to release itself and allow the developer then to move forward. Parking, clearly a part of that as well.
I would also say that there are very few ways in which the city can participate in future development without spending any actual money. They're doing it by contributing land that they already own, that's not generating any property tax revenue, and it is not costing the city any additional dollars.
Clarifying question. I'm probably either of you might know, but the you mentioned earlier the opportunity zone, and I think getting back to the RFP, obviously this wasn't designed to sell a parking lot. It was designed to sell the product, and it is a very exciting vision of what it can be. But the vision may evolve. There may be all these other types of things that you have to work through. One thing that we need to know, I need to know, is part of that incentive, part of that, the reason why there's interest in the maybe coming in with 700 jobs or whatever, retail, whatever it might be, is because of the opportunity zone you mentioned, it being in the opportunity zone and potentially new market tax credits or something else. So are there deadlines, and when are those deadlines? Or let's say if it's 2025, is there a period of time or a window that things need to be done for this to be developed in a way that can lock in those uses? Or do we continue to wait?
I'll speak just from the city's perspective in the tax increment finance district. TJ mentioned it. It expires. At some point in time, it expires. The TIF. And I will just remind you all, our initial analysis was 17 to 20 million in total over that 20-year period. If this project is developed and on the tax rolls by 2024, it alone would generate $14 to $15 million. In 2018, we told you 17 to 20 for the entire district over the full life of the district. The quicker he can get this done, the more revenue you generate to pay for the roads, to pay for the parking garage, to pay for the alleys, to pay for the infrastructure. I mean, that's the purpose. And that's why the vision showed these parking lots and the development going 3, 4, 5 stories in height in order to generate the revenue. For 20 years, the school district, the county and the city are capturing these taxes in this district and putting them right back in it. The more development we can spur sooner, the more revenue we're going to have. And the easier it is for the taxpayer to look at these improvements and allow them to proceed. The half-cent sales tax that passed last year that starts in 23 and runs through 2032 anticipated spending money in Aggieville because we had a $35 million vision. This goes a long way and puts taxpayer dollars back in that eco-devo debt public infrastructure category that we had anticipated here. So from a timing standpoint, yeah, the sooner the better. He's got other financing mechanisms that he can speak.
I think, so there's really two explanations that I see as a commissioner that I'm going to have to articulate to the public, and there is some whiplash probably, because as much as we understand, and maybe there's people that have been part of the visioning in the 2017, to a lot of people that drive by Aggieville, they're like, what is happening, you know? And so there is this explanation of where that's being funded from, why there is a sense of urgency when maybe there isn't, because we've been talking about doing this since 2017 in some way, but it's materializing. And so that's the public perspective.
Correct.
But the private perspective, what does the opportunity zone or the other tax credits provide as incentives in the timeline to kind of move forward?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to get too much in the weeds here because there's a lot of different tools we're going to use. But to your point, you specifically brought up the opportunity zone stuff. Politically, that sunsets in 2026. So that goes away in 2026. Now, it may not happen depending on who's in office, things like that I don't have the answers for. But as it sits today, it sunsets in 2026. And every day that goes by, that tool is less and less useful because some of the benefits go away also. The reason that tool is so useful and why I should have done a better job as a developer of utilizing that in the Aggieville, K-State area is because it allows people who have gains in non-like kind investments to defer all the taxes on those gains and put them into those particular areas. One of the major parties that is interested in investing in this is somebody who made a bunch of money in Bitcoin this last year. They can sell their Bitcoin, they can roll it over into this type of investment, and they defer all of those taxes that they would have to pay otherwise. And that is why that is a really valuable tool in this Aggieville area and the area around Kansas State University. There are a lot of other tools, such as new market tax credits and other things that we're exploring every day. But we're kind of still on the front end of this, but we do like what we see, but there is urgency involved in it.
And just to explain, the opportunity zone is a federal designated zone, and that's why it's subject to political winds of change and has a sunset date of, you said 2026, but that does include all of Aggieville, kind of strips over to downtown a little bit as well. But it's not like the whole city is covered. There are certain segments that are narrow and specific, and this would fall in that area.
Yeah, it's set up federally, but the states get to decide what the opportunity zones are. So what you'll find is the states will designate the areas in which they own the most land. So in theory, it's supposed to promote, low-income housing and revitalizing some areas that maybe aren't as strong as they once used to be. However, you'll find that a lot of these opportunity zones are around areas in which the states own the land. I'm not saying that's good, that's bad, whatever it is. I'm just saying this is an opportunity for Manhattan to utilize an area that is already a very popular area to benefit from what's already in place.
Okay, I do want to get into the details of the agreement, but not just yet. And I know Jason is very enthusiastic about this project, but we do have several questions about it, not against the opportunity and what we vision for Aggieville, but just I was part of the subcommittee that looked at the RFP and also had your interview. Typically, If there's only one applicant, in other organizations, we throw it out again till we get a few more. But this was the only one that we had, so there was nothing else to compare it with. So this is it. So some of the questions were, of course, about the parking lot, the $1 being sold for $1. So coming back to that one a little bit, when Marriott bought that one parking lot for $800,000, they said there would be some spaces available for public use. And I'm not sure that ever happened. And I think that's kind of what we don't want to see happen, where parking spaces are so critical to our businesses in Aggieville, and you know that. So maybe, Jason, can you speak to whatever happened to those parking lot spaces from Marriott, or is that just non-existent? Because that's going to be similar to what we're talking about here, when some of those things just disappear because nobody remembers them anymore. But the people that park there remember them.
There is an agreement between the city and the hotel owner to provide parking Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, out of the hotel parking garage until the parking deck garage is complete of the city. I talked with them all, or the hotel ownership about 2 months ago. They wanted to get their project complete, open for 30 days, and then to be ready to sit down and talk about the use of those stalls. Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, is going to be challenging for the casual customer to know when they can and can't park there. So we've decided to approach the ABA and some of the businesses about that opportunity, whether that be customers, employees, business owners, property owners, but try to get 40 to 45 stalls occupied throughout the day. That would be an equivalent of what the city-owned lot was between Starbucks and the car wash. So it's in the development agreement. It's fully anticipated to be executed. It'll be about an 8-month period of time before the parking garage is open.
Okay, and I think that's what the public needs to know, like, how do they know that's even available? Because I wouldn't know if I was, unless there's a sign or something that says Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 or 9 to 5, whatever it might be. So when I look at this parking lot, it's very similar, because if you're speaking, regardless of it's 500, 700, however many employees you have there, they're gonna have to park somewhere. And so are the residents that live there. So 75 spaces is not gonna be enough. So they may end up parking in the garage, but that's a paid garage. So those are some of the challenges I think we need to look at for employees as well as residents that are living there. If it's 75 parking stalls is what we're talking about. The other piece to this is, as we get deeper into the agreement and talk about what does that 1 year look like, we talked about some of the utilities and such. One of the reasons I did agree to move forward with this is also the financing, mainly because you're not asking for EcoDevo funds, you're not asking for IRBs as far as sales tax and property tax exemptions or any type of abatements. You're looking at financing from your own personal resources as well as partnerships. So that's ideal for a $40 million project. So that's something we don't hear often, where a developer comes and says, I'm going to look at all of these other financing options, and I don't need the city's input on that piece of it. So that was very positive for me as we were making those decisions. And like I said, regardless of the 700 jobs happening now or in the future, jobs created are jobs created, period, regardless of how many that is. NBAF created a certain number, and we're going to create more jobs. The reason people want to stay is not because of a job, but because of the salary. So that's going to depend on the business owners that are moving in as tenants and the salary they're giving. So most often when K-State students want to work in Manhattan, they want to stay and work here, but it's the salary, and you do not have control over what businesses offer. So that's on them, and how you recruit businesses to be tenants in this development is going to be the bigger picture. Because even if they're startups and such, like I said, salary is what all of our students are looking for. We have great talent, but they leave because of salary and hourly jobs and whatever else that looks like. So I'm, as we look, when Jason starts talking about the agreement, I have a few more questions. But those are my thoughts when I was on the committee reviewing this project, and now when it's finally here, to look through the details and see what's in the best interest of the community. Nothing against the project at all, but just getting into the little details of it as we think long-term, since this is it. This is it, if we give the parcel, because we don't know what else could have been, so that's what we're gonna be discussing, what this might look like. I understand the revenue sources that we're gonna gain. I understand all the money that's gonna be coming in, but I'm looking at a little bit more of the boring stuff. So, thank you.
All right, I'll try to be fast there. Yeah, I will trade a city parking lot for 700 jobs and $1 million of property tax a year. Every day of the week that we have a parking lot we can sell or offer as part of our incentive. That's really, instead of asking for eco-devo funds, they're asking for the parking lot. And so that's a much better deal than what we've given a lot better deal for the city than what we've had to offer to other places to get them to consider bringing jobs here. I hope to shout that everybody who works and lives in this thing stays in the parks their car in the parking garage. We can give them a $40 a month discount, or some kind of pass. But if there's with 400 stalls in there, it would be nice that every day of the week, 200 of them were filled up by people living, working across the street and paying some kind of a discounted parking rate to help us pay for that thing. So I think anybody that lives there will know before they move into that apartment or before a business goes into that location that his or her employees will probably have to park in the parking garage and make that clear up front. So I'm excited that this will be a way to generate parking garage money. Some of the people on the committee, which I was on it also, lamented the fact that there was only the one proposal, but there's a darn good reason there's only one proposal, and that's because that request for proposals was so restrictive that most anybody with any common sense would have said, I can't possibly do that and still make any money, but you can because you figured it out between your opportunity costs and out-of-town money and various things like that. But yeah, the average developer would look at this thing and it's like, I can't possibly meet all those city requirements. And so we were lucky to get one, and I thank you for it, and I'm very excited about it. When I was on the commission before, we spent tens of millions of dollars of city money to do the downtown redevelopment. All these guys are asking for a similar, on a smaller scale, obviously, but a similar type of a development is a parking lot. And so that's the cheapest, city that's the cheapest that the city will have ever paid to get anything similar to this type of a development. And in fact, if the city gave $500,000 to the community house guys to take it off our hands, surely we can part with a parking lot in order to get the return of jobs and investment that we're looking for there. So let's move on here.
Yeah, we need to move on to public comments, I think.
If you will indulge me, I just got a few slides. We mentioned the selection committee, and Commissioner Reddy and Commissioner Hassall were on that. Dennis Cook and Ryan Bamhall from Aggieville were there, as well as George Cant with the chamber. And we had several city staff with Robot, Ben Shamil, myself, and Kristen Dolph. So appreciate their participation and their time. As we mentioned, it checked most, if not all, of the boxes we had in there. Multi-purpose building, integrated design, complementary to the district, sensitivity to the surrounding areas. A lot of these things we've said already, parking included, and a significant impact in the TIF. So the next steps, we're looking at a pre-development agreement. It's a draft in your form tonight. It's not for action tonight. We would bring it back in September. So if you have additions or changes you'd like to make, please let me know. We're looking at a $5,000 expense from Back 9 to contract with the city for a year to develop this project. The agreement basically sets forth that we're going to agree to negotiate, and we'll get into finalizing details related to the sale of the property. As we mentioned, they looked at a no-cost option there. But then that preliminary design, that schedule and timeline and budget are really where we start to hold the developer accountable for what they're going to do. He laid out a timeline that had him bringing tenants in April of 2024. This development agreement will talk about finalizing design, accessing building permits, construction timelines, accessing occupancy permits, getting that project to an open door scenario with the improvements that they've all identified. That's where the development agreement holds their feet to the fire. That's where we put the contingencies in place before we ever transfer the land. And if they don't deliver even after we transfer the land comes back to the city. So those are the types of arrangements that we can work on, negotiate, and bring back for you all. But the pre-development agreement really just sets the stage, gives him the opportunity to know he's in a relationship with the city, allows him to go out and talk to investors and potential tenants and materialize that final development agreement later this year. So happy to answer any questions. We've had a lot of discussion. Just wanted to get through those slides. Mayor, if you're ready.
I think, go ahead and do public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this topic? Jason.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jason Smith, President and CEO of the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. I do have a couple comments before I get to my official statement. Jason mentioned that George Cant sat on the committee representing the Chamber. I just wanted to remind everybody, in addition to being a great employee for the Chamber, George was a 12-year commissioner for the Overland Park City Commission, so has a lot of experience in that. He's very excited about this project. And I also want to note that in my experience in a number of different communities, that somebody interested in investing $40 million in a redevelopment project in a community should not be taken lightly. It is a major commitment to a community. I want to thank TJ and his team for being willing to step up and put a project like this together. But I also want to thank Jason and his team for their hard work and everything that they've done to get us to this point. So I think it's important to note that. I might also mention that I'm not TJ's Bitcoin person, so I don't know. I would have never bought Bitcoin, so good for that guy. The Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce has a long history of supporting significant redevelopment projects that encourage economic prosperity for our community. This includes being engaged in providing support for the Aggieville vision since its inception. We were in front of you earlier this year when there was a discussion about issuing an RFP for the redevelopment of the 12th and Laramie parking lot. At the time, we hoped that we would see someone or a group come forward with unique vision of what could be part of this redevelopment strategy. We are impressed with the project envisioned by Back Nine Development for Fuse, a mixed-use development that will incorporate a live, work, play environment for the entire district. In addition to providing a unique living experience and additional retail options, the project envisions a substantial office component. We believe that there is demand for office space in this district as companies compete for talent. Facilities in a walkable district with nearby amenities are attractive to potential employers. That's why you see so many of these districts redeveloping across the country. These kinds of projects not only provide benefits for the district, but also provide significant economic impacts for the entire community. There are significant elements of this plan that still must be completed. However, we see the pre-development agreement in front of you today as the start of that plan to achieve this unique vision. We want to reiterate our desire for the concerns of the Aggieville Business District be addressed as best as possible, including timing for parking, design characteristics, and making sure the intended use is a complement to the district. We also believe now is the time to move forward both in terms of attracting maximum interest from outside investors and maximizing potential TIF proceeds that can be used in other parts of the district. This particular vision could generate as much as $1.5 million annually to help with the entire Aggieville redevelopment effort. As this is a preliminary step, approving the pre-development agreement does not mean the Commission is obligated to the proposal, only that they are agreeing to continue discussing this project exclusively with the developer. A final agreement would need to come before you again before any obligations are set forth by either party. Again, the Manhattan Chamber continues to be committed to Aggieville and what we believe the redevelopment means to our long-term economic future. The proposal in front of you moves that process in a giant leap forward. We would ask that you approve the pre-development agreement tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mason. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this topic tonight? Okay. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment, come back to the commission.
I think for the For the agreement, so if you sign up for 1 year to, an agreement, what happens if one of those 3 priorities you mentioned is not implemented?
Well, the pre-development agreement is just going to set forth a time period by which we're all going to agree to work together. We fully anticipate a final development agreement within a year. I would anticipate something by the end of the year, where they have proceeded with design, they have proceeded with fundraising. Now we're ready to bring the agreement back to the commission. But yeah, if it fails to proceed, then the relationship would dissolve. We'd keep the $5,000 and we'd come back in here and talk about what you'd like to do with that parking lot.
The rest of it then. And so if it's for 1 year, that means nobody else can do anything else with it because it's already been obligated
Correct.
with the current developer. I do want to know, during that interim, we talked about a timeline for all of these alleyway projects and stormwater systems and utilities. So are those going to move forward as though this is going to happen? Or are those going to move, how does that timeline coexist with this?
And as I mentioned, September 14th, we'll be able to get into greater detail. And I think Rob is going to have to, and he acknowledged this during the interviews, the sanitary sewer is going to have to be evaluated. We evaluated it based on a modest growth scenario for Aggieville. This obviously, and other developments on the horizon, could move it into a higher grade of development. So they do need to look at that capacity. We'll have to pull out those studies. I think they were around, right around 2010, 2015 timeframe when the utilities looked at the infrastructure. So we'll relook at those. We'll get some analysis done. But I will quote, I believe it was Wayne Sloan, who early in the Aggieville process indicated there's so much of what we're doing in Aggieville that's below grade. The water and the sewer lines, for the most part, are being replaced at 100%. Capacity is a different issue,
Right.
and it's about flowing out of Aggieville down to the treatment plant. So we'll bring both those topics back to you.
Because if this is going to come to fruition, the multi-use building they're talking about is going to need a different type of infrastructure, I would think, underground and otherwise.
Immediately we'll be fine because the district is going to be taking most of its infrastructure to 11th Street. It's really 11th Street and beyond that needs to be evaluated, how that capacity is going to be handled. And we've looked at that in the past. We've just got to revamp those numbers now with a higher density.
That's correct. I don't know if you all remember when Randy went through the water and sewer master plan update. There was a segment, I think it was like section F or whatever. Anyways, it was further downstream from, I think it was in either 400 or 500 block, a sanitary sewer that was identified that needed to be upsized. Again, that was based on the total density of Aggieville. So how much of this project consumes that total density or and generates how much waste.
Right.
So that's what we need to look at.
Right.
I think water-wise, we had a pretty good plan to begin with, and we've just been executing along. The other thing I said during the interview process and evaluation, and Jason's kind of alluding to, is sequencing and which roadway segment comes first. We may need to juggle a few, but that's okay. That's what we can do. It makes sense to try and complete things. We certainly don't want to make improvements to roadways or alleys prior to the project being complete because we know it'll get tore up. So we want to try and time it as best as possible so that when they become open and they're trying to market and fill those spaces, that there's completed outside public infrastructure looks the way we intend it to, similar to what 12th Street turned out to.
Right.
Hopefully that answered your question, Commissioner.
Yeah, it did. Also, I think Aggieville is already upset because everything happening, and I didn't want to continue to prolong it. So if there's a sequence that they're also comfortable with as far as Aggieville, because that was the biggest complaint we're constantly having, is parking and all of the traffic and all the congestion that's happening and how they're losing business. So
Yeah,
we just want to be cognizant of that.
Yeah, and similar to some decisions we've made citywide, there's water lines that I stopped or delayed this year because of the Fort Riley bridges and because of the North Campus corridor. I couldn't have Anderson Avenue tore up. We'll have to make similar decisions and delay certain segments in the Aggieville district so that we still continue to provide access the best we can. Brian and I have gone through, and Mark Baychamp as well, the North Manhattan sequencing, and we've probably on like version D or whatever now. So again, trying to make sure that we accommodate as much as possible, but at the same time makes sense so that contractors don't jack their prices either if you don't give them enough work or enough room.
Right, mainly the business sector there. Yeah, I think this is okay. I still have a few questions, but since this is the pre-agreement, and you're saying we're going to have more conversations, I think it's a comfortable place to sign off on. It is a long-term investment, long-term project. Certainly wish them all the best because their success will be our success.
Well, Mayor, I move that we accept the recommendation of the Selection Committee of Back 9 Development for the redevelopment of the city parking lot at 12th and Laramie Street and authorize city administration to finalize a pre-development agreement for further consideration by the city commission.
Second.
Okay, City Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Estabrook,
Yes.
Commissioner Reddy,
Yes.
Mayor Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Morse,
Yes, but I want to be sure that my vote doesn't mean selling the parking lot. I also would like at the September 14th meeting, Jason, to have an estimate of what the infrastructure, and an estimate, because I know you don't know the total here, but an estimate of what the city is going to anticipate for infrastructure costs with regard to the Aggieville, the alley, the sewer, whatever is necessary. And I vote yes.
Commissioner Hattasol.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we need to move on to item B, which is a discussion item only, final steps of the Manhattan Developmental Code process.
There we go. Hello again, Commissioners. Thank you, Mayor. Chad Bunger, Assistant Director for Community Development. We've been talking about this topic for several meetings, several months. Appreciate everyone offering their input and feedback. I'm trying to find the best places to put that. This is a list of folks we have met with kind of broadly. Planning Board over and over and over again. You all, as you know, to nauseam. We've had 4 meetings with the Ordinance Advisory Committee, builders in the community, realtors, the West Side Business Association, Flint Hills Wellness Coalition, landscape architects, developers. We've also held a public open house. And then we also have put a lot of information on our Engage MHK site to share that with the community broadly. We have valued everyone's input on this. We've had some great conversations around our new development code for zoning and subdivision. We've taken a lot of those comments. They were ranged the scope of broadly having a discussion about topics down to sentence structure and paragraph structure and everything in between. So it's been extremely valuable. We're taking all those comments into consideration, making a number of edits from this group, from this list. We're still trying to get a hold of a couple of other groups, the civil engineer group and the architecture group. We'll work on that before we get this finally turned around. But so far, we've had some great communication back and forth. What I'm bringing to you tonight, like we talked about in July, is kind of the bigger items that we need some guidance on of where to go based on these conversations. So not talking about the minutia, not talking about minor details or edits, but big things. And these are the overall big things. Some of these, especially over here on the left-hand side, are things that are into the code and need some feedback on. The things on the right-hand column are really just updates for you all. We've had some comments on changes. Are they going to be changed? And largely just giving you an update on those. So, Mayor, I don't know how you want me to proceed. If we just want to check down through these, I have a series of slides that provide you some justification of why we propose things we did. Obviously, you've heard the spiel from me multiple times over. It's been in your, it's in your memo packet. So I can go through each slide if you'd like, or if you want to lead the discussion and just check box or check down through those lists and provide a staff with some direction.
I think maybe the easy way to do that is if you'll go ahead and do your presentation, and then each of the commissioners can just go back to that slide and we'll just comment.
Yep.
Our thought on each bullet there, and then you'll have the information you need.
I think that's a great idea. Appreciate that that direction. Okay, so sidewalks on both sides of the street. Today, the requirement is sidewalks on only one local residential street or side of local residential street. Commercial and industrial developments needed on both sides. And then higher order streets like your collectors and arterials would require sidewalks on both sides. Through our subdivision regulations, we are proposing a new set of cross sections of roadways where we'd have sidewalks on both sides for all streets. And as you get higher order, some more vehicles, more speed, more bike and pedestrian infrastructure, either on the roadway, but most likely on into the tree lawn, if you will, that extra 15 feet-ish and more on the sides for sidewalks and trails and whatnot. We had a little bit of confusion. This is only for new subdivisions. We're not retroactively going and requiring homes to put sidewalks in, etc. I will note we spend approximately $100,000 each year backfilling or filling gaps with sidewalks. So I've said this before, the city's kind of like a tree. If you count or you look at its sidewalks, you could kind of tell the age of a development. Here around City Hall, sidewalks on both sides of the street, pre-war era development. And then as you get west or north, east, where there's no sidewalks, and you have another generation of development, and then one sidewalks is our current situation. The other piece to note is we do have a process, and we can definitely highlight it in this portion as a footnote, that if topography or some other circumstance makes putting sidewalks on both sides of the street impractical or unsafe, I envision really steep grades. You know, you have a steep ravine or a steep hill that you got to cut forever into. The developer could seek a deviation. Today we call it a variation, but it's asking the planning board to relax or forgive one standard of the subdivision regulations. So that is a relief valve of sorts. And then these last three bullet points are really just, I grabbed a few references to our policy statements that we have adopted in a variety of documents: the comprehensive plan, the Manhattan Area Transportation Strategy book, the bicycle and pedestrian systems plan, that all lend the policy direction that this is what should be incorporated into our zoning and subdivision regulations. I can go on, and I'd be happy to, about all the value that a walkable neighborhood provides to our community, from health to communityship, you know, where I can go see my neighbors without hopping into a car. With the realtor surveys show people value those. And basically we see it as a connecting our community in an equitable way for everyone to move around our city. So the last note here, something I'm pretty excited about because it gives a lot of backing for our department, is the city's draft of the strategic plan has in there multiple times about the desire for a walkable community. And so this just lends itself to that. So that's enough on that topic. Required bicycle parking. The last time we talked about this, we pretty much just had a flat 10% rate of all vehicle parking spaces. After some conversations with the planning board, you all, and the community, we've shifted that a little bit. We've lowered it to 5% of all vehicle parking spaces with a maximum of required spaces to 10. So 5 hoop racks, but in no case fewer than 2 spaces or 1 hoop rack. And this would be for multifamily, commercial, and industrial, not single-family or 2-family developments. And then again, I have a number of bullet points here about our, oops, I should have put bicycle community in there, sorry, about a strong, growing bicycle community. In your memo, you have a number of stats. We exceed the national average in a lot of different ways about our bicycle community of folks that are commuting, using bicycle as a sole commuting source. Our students play a big part to that. So we see it as an important thing. I understand cost is always a factor, but if you compare what it costs for a bike rack versus a vehicle parking space, and $1,000 is dirt cheap, as you've seen tonight about concrete and asphalt cost, that's dirt cheap. That's the low end of what that parking space would cost. And then some bullet points from our comprehensive plan, the transportation strategy, and then obviously our bicycle pedestrian systems plans littered with the support of this. This other one's been a topic about maximum parking requirements for commercial or non-residential. I should have probably led with this a long time ago, and I'm sorry I didn't. Actually ran the numbers, had the numbers ran, and produced this table. For the most part, all the big boxes, and I've kind of thrown them under the bus as examples, maybe poorly, they fit within our parking strategy of low floors and high ceilings, and allowing that developer or that business to live anywhere they choose in between. After I ran the numbers and looked at what was built, you know, we maybe have put the ceiling too high, but that's okay. We have eliminated that concern that we're going to chase out some businesses. Probably the only culprit is Walgreens, and 77 spaces may not seem like a lot, but it is twice of what would nearly twice the max. And you know, that I think that shows, especially when you think of the east side and west side, how different those building or areas are, the traffic patterns, the sites, etc. They have identical parking spaces, and that goes to the template nature of these big box stores, that they know they've just designed a rectangle and they need this spot and they need this space no matter what market they're in, and that's what they'll bring unless you ask them to change it. And so that's what we have. But here in hopefully a few short minutes, we'll talk about stormwater utility needs. We feel that limiting the amount of impervious surface goes a long ways to reducing those impacts. If we have less asphalt that water hits and then runs off to, and it can go into areas that will just absorb it, then you know, we have less to spend on sewer pipes and ponds and those sort of things. I also know, and I'll make this comment, a number of these developments, the Targets, the Home Depots particularly, we attributed a shopping center calculation to them where they could, especially Target, where you have multiple businesses, multiple buildings, you could spread that parking across that whole development. I know you've had some community comment about our parking maximum proposal. I don't know the details of that. I've only been on the periphery of it, and so I can't really speak to particulars. But I think if we did something similar where we can look at that whole shopping area in collective, I don't know if this maximum would be so impactful for those. And remember, we can do shared parking allowances. We have those written into our development code now. We can do special studies. Can always ask for the Board of Zoning Appeals, although we probably would try to find solutions before that gets there to address those issues. So hopefully remember, we're going low, low and high, high in our parking standards, and I think we're going to get there in most all developments. And then the last slide, just kind of a cleanup of some other comments that were made. Site grading, we have proposed a site grading standard for both new subdivisions or large redevelopment areas, where we look at the broad scope, how water comes into a site and leaves a site so we don't impact neighbors, but then also at the building footprint space or the individual lots to make sure that we're not building one home high and one home low and someone's basement's being flooded or a driveway's being covered in mud, those sort of things. So we have some work to do with Public Works. Through our conversations at the Ordinance Advisory Committee, had some great comments and feedback from local engineers with Schwab Eaton, Benish, and SMH that gave us some good direction on how to clean that up a little bit. We are going to allow digital billboards or digital offsite advertising, so we're working with the owner of the majority of those signs here in town to find a logical proposal. We have some tweaks to do with timing on that. Floodplain regulations, we had a few folks propose stricter regulations. We have not proposed to change much, if anything, through the development code on our floodplain regulations. We've had very limited growth or development in our floodplains. The ones that have been on the fringe in our community floodplain, the future conditions. And if it had not been for that, they'd be sitting on grade now. And now they're essentially a foot above the 500-year floodplain, which provides more higher standards for that new development than we've ever had, and really anybody in the state has. So feel pretty proud about that. And I'll make an early plug for a topic later on the agenda, is what our real concern is when it comes to flooding is we have hundreds of properties in the high-risk flood zone. We have over 700, as we'll talk about here later, structures in the high-risk flood zone. So we can make all the rules we want to say you can't be here, but what we really should be focusing on is trying to better protect the structures that are already at risk. We have rules in place that give us smart development that protects that business or that homeowner from today's flood as well as the future flood, as well as standards to make sure that they don't make it worse for anybody around them by not losing our flood storage through fill. And so we're comfortable with that. The family and unrelated occupants topic, we talked about that a few meetings ago. It's an important topic. I think it has a lot to do with our housing topic, but it is going to be a very big, contentious community topic. And so we need to have it. I promise you we'll have it, but we'd like to discuss it through this lens of the housing study and not the development code. If we did it at this point, we would derail the development code for probably ever. We'd never get it done. And so have not included it here and would like to discuss it through the housing study, because we can always amend the development code if we find a solution that makes sense for Manhattan. That's kind of similar with accessory dwelling units. Early on in the development code process, we proposed to the planning board, to you and the community, a set of regulations for accessory dwelling units. That didn't go over well at the time. We continued drafting those with the idea that we would later bring those to you with the housing study, and that's our plan, as proposing those as a tool in the toolbox if the community desires. And then the last bullet there is really not an issue or anything, just was brought up last couple of meetings with the local historic district appeal process. That was, as you know, the first time we've ever had a local historic district, never been tested. And so we're already have incorporated an appeals process into our draft. We got a little bit of tweak left to do. Historic Resource Board's been reviewing that, but rest assured we have that topic in the works. So I'll bump back to this slide And I think unless you really, really feel strongly something on the right-hand column, the focus, I hope, will be on the left-hand column and get some direction from you all.
Okay, I guess I'll just start off, I don't have a problem with the way the sidewalks are presented now, as long as you got that deviation thing. If somebody's got a hill. I don't like maximum, requirements for bicycle parking. I could see saying 2 minimum, but let the business decide. I mean, maybe somebody comes up with a business design that's gonna attract people riding bikes. I saw that down in Fayetteville.
Yeah.
Where a guy set up a place that's off the bike trail, and you might want to have more than the max, so that's what my thought is. It limits us. I feel the same on the max parking. I mean, your chart's a good one, it shows that that's pretty close, but I still think, leave that up to businesses, and with our ERU means of, basically making them pay if they have too much, runoff, that will encourage them to not overbuild, I would think.
Okay.
And so I think that's motivation enough. And you're probably wise to punt this definition of family till later. And I like the digital billboards, and I think, the site grading, that's gonna be, addressed. And the things on the other side there, I don't have a problem with any of those. We need to have that appeals process for the historic board. And again, the ADUs, punting that down till the housing study gets done is probably a wise choice also, because we don't want to delay getting this thing in place.
Right. If I can make one clarification on the bicycle parking, that maximum would be R required. So if someone would, it's not like the vehicle parking. So if someone said, I have the world's best bicycle ice cream shop and I want 20 racks, they could have 20 racks, because that would really only be 2 vehicle parking spaces. It would just be the max of the city of Manhattan's cap.
Okay, as long as it doesn't restrict somebody, because I have seen
Yeah.
some cities that have done that, and they've been
Yeah.
quite successful with it.
Yep, definitely.
Okay, yes, I support sidewalks. I've lived here a long time. I was on the planning board when we didn't have a sidewalk requirement, when we had it on one side, both sides. And we're in a different era where people expect sidewalks, and so I want to accommodate that. Bicycle racks, I think it's a good thing. I don't want to overdo it, so I don't know how to say that, but I do think it's important that we we have, especially, are we talking multifamily?
Yes.
Yeah, it's important for the multifamily areas, for the development. I'm not real excited about limiting the maximum on parking. I look at that Walmart parking lot not every day, but it is just pretty near full, a lot. And I just think a business, because of the cost, won't be asking for a whole lot more than they need. I do want, and if runoff is a problem, and we need to, we charge for it. We charge an impervious surface fee over, I don't know how to do it, but
Well, we're already doing that with our stormwater utility fund.
yeah, but, there's a difference between a parking lot for 1,000 and a parking lot for 500, is what I'm saying. So, with regard to the definition of family, and I think having a definition is good. And I'm not interested in getting rid of the 4 unrelated person rule. That is a standard across the country, and it's not, and so I have always supported it here. Site grading, I just want to be sure that we don't dump water on the neighbor. And we have several instances where a basement has flooded because somebody next door, a little bit higher, changed something in their yard, and that's the older neighborhoods. We also have an issue with the new neighborhoods if they happen to be higher, and it's a whole subdivision kind of an issue. And so much of the time the city ends up paying for it. And I want to be sure that we look at that and it becomes part of the process. I do not support digital billboards. They flash and the owners are not, the city has difficulty regulating them. I can't tell you how many times I or a neighbor have called in about those on McCall Road, and they turn them up to the maximum brightness, and you have to complain to the city, and you have to call and the local guy can't turn them down. You have to call, they have to get in touch with corporate, and it's just, people take advantage is all, and anyway, I always support stricter floodplain regulations. I'm not interested in causing a problem with it, but I want our my concern, I think I'm pretty happy with the way things are right now, but in another 15 years, FEMA is going to have new maps.
Sure.
And I wasn't in a floodplain in the 1993 flood. I am now in the 500 year. I can, as those increments of time go on, people are in a floodplain that never knew they were.
Right.
And until they flood. And that's what's happened out on Wildcat Creek. That's what happened in the Dix Edition. I mean, suddenly you're inundated and you didn't even know you were in that area. So that's a really touchy, and we have to be so careful. Accessory dwellings, I don't really support it. It would have to be very incisor knife maybe, I don't know. But I'm not interested in creating a lot of congestion on the street in a single-family neighborhood or two-family neighborhood. And we see the abuse from so many people piling into one house.
Sure.
And every neighborhood's got one. And there's nothing you can do about it. And so I don't want to encourage bad behavior. And I understand there are mother-in-law's quarters, but those people don't always live there. And in short time, things are changing.
Sure.
That's all. So, and I don't support the appeals process. On this last situation, I'm not interested in politicians getting involved in overruling an historic process. And that's what would have happened this last one if we'd had an appeal process, as far as I'm concerned. So I'm not particularly interested in that. And I do appreciate your goal of improving the readability and usability of these. It's it's been a long time coming. I was trying to figure out when we first started.
It's been a bit.
Consolidation, 3-4 years, I think.
Yeah,
And
too long.
COVID didn't help at all. And it's now 18 months, so I think those are my comments.
Appreciate that, thank you.
So I'm happy with just sidewalks on one side of the street. We can't sit on here on one hand say, oh, we want sidewalks on both sides of the street, and then on the other hand say, we got to do something about affordable housing. Well, we just drove up the price of housing by requiring a sidewalk in front of everybody's house there. So I'm happy with one that makes the neighborhood walkable. We're just talking about residential areas, and it's just new ones, so we know they're going to be decently wide streets and stuff to start with. And if it's in a resident, people ought to be able to walk across the street to get on a safe sidewalk safely. So I'm only interested in sidewalks on one side like we got. Required bicycle parking, I originally thought that was a big deal, but I don't care, that's fine, leave that in there. The max parking requirement, that's a little, I hate to, limit what business thinks they want. Obviously Walmart went crazy out there a little bit, but the thing is based on, my big thing comment on several of these is going to be, there's got to be a common sense human factor. We can't have this sort of robotic set of guidelines that leaves no room for common sense
Sure.
and human interaction with the idea going, you're right, this makes no sense to require it on this lot at this time. And as long as we have that ability in the system here somehow to where, I know it must be the Board of Zoning Appeals and it's still gonna be that avenue, but there has to be something that allows for, like I say, common sense. If it's practically impossible, or it's gonna be terrifically expensive, or it makes no sense, then we can't force stuff like that. Site grading requirements, anything we can do to prevent issues with high and low and people flooding each other. And because during the '93 flood, my neighbor tried to divert all of his rainwater onto my yard, and then I had to go move the railroad tie and point it back at his yard. And so that was just a mess, and we need to try to avoid situations like that if possible. Excuse me. I'm in favor of the digital billboards because I don't think any of them are going to be Vegas type that are flashing at a gazillion lumens per night. And I expect there'll be things like the Fridge liquor store one, which just has a picture of something and things along that line. So I think we can do that because it's, I think it would have to be, I'm in favor of that. And I'm not in favor of making our floodplain things any more strict, because if we're already one of the most strict in the state, we need to focus on, going forward, we should be okay with the current regulations. Yeah, but now we need to start trying to figure out how to solve the 700 places that are in the lowlands. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Appreciate the.
Let's see. Did you're seeking feedback on everyone or just the?
Whatever ones you have strong concern on, I would really like feedback on the sidewalks, the parking, and the max parking, the bike parking and the maximum parking requirements. Those seem to be the continuous topics that we need to get some direction on. The rest of them, feedback would be appreciated, but
Okay.
I got a clear direction on most all of those.
Sidewalks are fine. Required bicycle parking, fine. The max parking, I would be okay with lifting the top end. We're complying in most ways anyway. So the incentive there, the reason we were doing things with it was to minimize the parking and giving people a lower threshold, not getting tied into this argument over the max end. But it's not a huge issue for me. The appeals process, I think, what was outlined at the last meeting, you heard from me. I think that's important to have something that exists before it goes to court, and from the board, I guess, as a process. Did I miss any that you really?
Nope, those are the three I needed. And to
Okay.
clarify the appeals process, so that's for when a district is created, like you did
Right.
last week, and then someone wants to make a change to that contributing building. So I want to put an addition onto my historic house that contributes to that district. And for instance, the Historic Resource Board says, no, that doesn't make historical sense. There would be an appeals process to come to you to outline why that is a good thing to do and overrule the Historic Resource Board. So it's not the creation of it, but
Gotcha.
secondary decisions by the HRB.
All right, so here's my issue. I have an issue with family and the four unrelated people. I feel like it's been made clear, while I think it's totally inappropriate and bogus that 6 nuns can't live in a 6-bedroom house in Manhattan, and it doesn't matter if it's always been that way across the country. It was written in the 1950s under the pretense of creating some discriminatory areas. and it needs to go away. But I'm willing to compromise on that, but I don't see how it's and we'll kick that down, we'll have that battle after this. But the other part, I think we can peel off and include what was presented as the housekeeping unit as a second part of the definition to family and include that. And I'm not quite certain that that's the plan, but I want that to be the plan because I'm willing to compromise and go that far. Maybe you can get 4 others to not vote on that issue, but for me, that is my compromise. That is my line. That is my poison pill. I think there is no reason to not have that definition of housekeeping unit in there, where a group of not more than 4 persons, some of whom are not related by blood, marriage, and adoption, living together as a single housekeeping unit, exists in the same realm as what we have as family, which is 4 people that are related.
Right.
We can fight about the number later, but I think both need to exist as was presented as an option.
Yeah, and I apologize. I failed to put that in the memo. That is certainly an option that I don't see the community getting twisted around the ankles too much on, and maybe bring that forward. I appreciate the notion that some may not like living under the concept of this is a family within this dwelling, and so we would title it different. It would generally have the same effect, or it would have the same effect. It would just have 2 terminologies. So you have your family as we all know it, and then we would call the other thing of unrelated people as a housekeeping unit, to kind of differentiate from a family to something else where there's unrelated. So if that's something that we want to look at, I think that's an easy lift compared to the number of people in that housekeeping unit definition. So yeah, I'm not too afraid of that one. It's combining that with the number that gets things off the rails quickly.
Okay, I hope when you had other people look at it, actual developers and business folks that do look at it, they did find it simple. I hope you had a sample run through for some of them, because that's originally why we started some of this as well. So I hope that happened. The sidewalks, I think it's time we had them on both sides. Required bicycle parking, no problem. The maximum parking limit, we heard that off and on, at least for the past 8 years I've been here. So when I think about West Loop or Plaza West or Candlewood or even the big parking lot, I think that's by Commerce Bank downtown. Some of them are empty, some of them are very full, and I think they gauge what their business might be like at that time. So just because they're empty in one part doesn't mean, they need to be restricted in another part. And sometimes these box stores, such as Target, Walmart, they have certain specifications that they require.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hoping that we're not stopping them from moving into Manhattan because ours are different. Because McDonald's, all of them have certain, like you said, 2 Walgreens have 77. Maybe all Walgreens have 77, I don't know.
Right.
But if that's part of how their organization or that business functions nationally, and that's who wants to, buy a lot and build there, I think we need to be open to that. The chart you showed seems like we are probably accommodating a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed like, except for the Walgreen one. Digital billboards, I think, I wasn't comfortable when I first started on the city commission. I'm getting more there because I think it offers businesses an opportunity to easily change any kind of statements or sales or whatever it is they have, announcements. The one on Kimball, the Kansas State University one by the Bill Snyder Stadium, that seems terribly bright these days. I don't know if it's changed any, but it just seems a little bit more vibrant than it used to be as far as the illuminations are concerned. But I don't know if that distracts or disturbs anybody. Hopefully people are doing studies, the current research that makes it be where we need to be so people can drive safely at the same time. Usability, all of the other ones, the readability and usability, hopefully the people who are actually going to use it have done a test run on this. I think a good one to figure out is with TJ that was just here, to see what he
Yep.
thinks and if he can figure it out. The floodplain regulations, yes, I think, I understand we may have the strictest ones and whatever it is. I was at that watershed panel that you were on last weekend, and I found that very informative. What is a watershed? I think the definitions were very clear, the explanations, the discussion. I learned a lot from that. And the other two, I just wanted to let people know out there, August 22nd is Support Your Watershed, and August 28th is Love Your Watershed. But the reason we're having these topics are because that's where the water comes down and it stops and we're flooding. And part of the blame was on some of our development decisions. So I want to know more about how we as commissioners and future commissioners not fall into the trap of look at the revenue you're going to make and then forget about the watershed at the same time. So I think it's important to make it stricter than be lenient on that, because the consequences are horrible to families and individuals. Accessory units, I can go either way on that. I think what we have is okay right now. The appeals process, I don't have a question there. I don't see too many people appealing. I think what we have right now works, but if that is a process that's needed, and that's what some people prefer, that's fine. What I don't want to see is, out of this, one of the reasons I'm liking the way the MDC is working is, I want to see fewer occasions where the Board of Appeals has to see these. I hope their agenda is very light, if at all.
Right.
I want to put that board out of business.
I would too.
And that's
Find
what
some
I
other
want.
volunteer opportunities for those
Right,
folks.
I want something, if that happens, then we've done a good job.
I hope so.
So, thank you.
Yep. Okay, circling back to Commissioner Esterbrook's comment about the family. Did my description make any sense, and is that something that we could play around with? It's a quick fix for us where we'd have the definition of family as those folks related by blood, marriage, et cetera, as it is today, and then we would create a definition of housing unit, meaning people residing in one dwelling, no more than 4 unrelated people.
Housekeeping unit, right?
Housekeeping, sorry. What did I say?
Housing.
Sorry, housekeeping unit.
Which would even be better, but I think you wanted housekeeping.
Housekeeping unit, yes. So we could play around with that and show you that track change, but want to see if that was something the commission would like us to tackle.
What does that mean as far as, does that mean there's 4 people that have 4 cars and 4 mailboxes? What does that mean?
No, it would, as I understand it, the research I've done is we have our definition as family, and some people may not necessarily want to relate or associate with them. I don't know if nuns think this way or whatever, but
No, I get it. I get what that means.
we're not a family, so don't define me as a family. We're a housekeeping unit.
Right.
The way the regulations would revolve around it does not change. It still would say you're only allowed 1 dwelling unit or 5 dwelling units, and only a family or housekeeping unit can live in that dwelling unit. So it really doesn't change it other than separating it out so that folks that aren't a family don't have to associate with being a family. I don't know if that captured that, Commissioner.
I don't know that captures it.
Okay. I don't view it as any other change to our regulation.
It shouldn't change anything, in my opinion, of what I understand it as far as the regulations go. But what it does change is that how we determine a single family, what a family is, those type of things, is based on relation that is bound to blood, marriage, adoption. It does not, this removes those limitations of blood, marriage, and adoption, and to saying that they're not related by blood, marriage, and adoption, and they are now encompassed in a housekeeping unit rather than using the word family. That word is from 60 years ago when this was created, and how we define family then is not how we define family now. So I wouldn't say and agree that it's being created because people don't want it or don't consider themselves a family that are in a housekeeping unit. But they may also not be related by blood, adoption.
Right.
And so that's the problem. That's the root of the issue.
Yeah. At the end of the day, you have your family, or you have no more than 4 unrelated people living in dwelling. And Katie, I don't know if you have any input to toss in here either. I kind of,
Chad, I
Katie on this.
did not speak to this issue, but I do support the definition of a housekeeping unit
okay.
that you have provided here. I think it's more broad, and I support that. Thanks. I'll add that to my comments.
But, the property owners and people that really focus on, I don't think they care one way or the other about those definitions. What they want to know is if they got 5 bedrooms, can they rent it to 5 people?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what that needs to address in developmental code, not the language. I mean, I'm sorry, I can't get wrapped around the axle on that. The real issue is, if you own a single-family house and somebody rents the one next to you, are 6 college kids gonna move in there with the cars?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the issue is, and that's why that was written.
Right.
And landlords get upset, they say, okay, I bought a house that has 5 bedrooms, why can't I rent each bedroom? And right now, our requirement will let us do that.
Right.
That's what the focus of this needs to be.
Yeah, and we'll cover that focus with the housing study, and it was not brought up as a significant issue in our discussions as we've evolved the development code until here recently. I think it's an important topic. I think there are a variety of housing types that lend itself to expanding that, even if you don't just talk about the number of bedrooms. And so it's definitely a thing we need to talk through the housing study. And that's where I propose we'll do that.
So Chad, this is Commissioner Reddy. Regardless of what terms you use, my concern was what I initially stated. 4 unrelated people, the way I see it, the reason it came up was 4 mailboxes and 4 cars. So if it's just a group of people living together, as in any other house, nobody's gonna go check related, unrelated, whatever it is.
Right.
Most people are gonna be concerned about parking spaces and how many people are living there and paying rent. And that's the problem we had. With 4 bedrooms, there were sometimes 6 or 7 people living there. So that was the problem, not so much as just the 1 car for a group of people that are living there. I mean, you can have 4 cars, of course, 4 individuals might be driving 4 cars, but that was the problem, was renting it out to so many people.
Right. And that number, we're not proposing the number to change with the development.
Yeah, it was mainly for rental purposes more than anything else.
So let us draft those. We'll provide a short memo kind of explaining the ramifications and get that to you. Won't make an issue out of it if that's okay. So what I've heard, sidewalks, we have a majority that are okay with sidewalks on both sides of the street. Everyone was fine with requiring bicycle parking as proposed. And majority of folks would rather us not have maximum parking requirements in the development code. So we'll proceed with that. We'll take out the max parking standards and then finish everything up. And hopefully we'll get this buttoned up with a final draft back to you by October. So I appreciate your comments. I appreciate the community's comments.
Okay, sounds good. Is there any public comment tonight on this topic? There's not a lot of folks left here, but we have one.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'll be quick. I don't have anything, new information or arguments to add beyond Chad's presentation. I'm here, though, so I'll just say how much I appreciate the direction that the Manhattan Development Code is going to creating, for the long term, the kind of community that I want to live in. Parking on both sides of the streets matters. Bicycle parking matters. I'm sad to hear that you all see the maximum parking differently than I do. I thought Chad's presentation made a really good case for the fact that the maximum that we're setting potentially would not limit what most businesses are doing anyway. And of course, impervious cover is not free. I mean, you've talked to the fact that you're able to recuperate some of those costs, but parking lots are ugly, and that's the kind of cost that we can't recuperate, right? So keeping them as small as practically possible, I think, is important. I appreciate the point about including, as I understand Commissioner Estabrook to be making the case, that a more inclusive definition of family or a housekeeping unit is symbolically moving us toward the kind of community that I want to live in. So I really appreciate all the work on this. Thank you.
Okay, could you state your name and address?
Yes,
and be sure you sign
Colleen,
it?
did I forget that? I'll sign it here too. Colleen Lind, 2048 Hunting.
Okay, thank you. All right, this was a discussion item, so we don't need to have a motion, and we can move on to the next topic on the agenda, which has got 3 parts to it. It's a discussion item, 2022 city budget with a focus on water, wastewater, and stormwater utility fund rates, and potentially dedicating a fee to establish a floodplain mitigation funding stream. I guess, Randy, you're gonna lead off.
I guess I am. All right. All right, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. So we'll talk about 2021 utilities update for the water and wastewater funds, and a little bit about 2022 budget, and some pretty important things I want to talk about in the water fund. So as usual, I'm going to start with a little recap of the previous year and kind of lead into where we're at this year. So starting with the wastewater side first, because it should be a more brief conversation. Just looking back at 2020, some important things to note there was that we often talk about the winter quarter average and what it's been doing over the past 5 or so years, trending downward. In 2020, that was essentially flat. It's the first time that's happened for a while. Wastewater revenues were slightly higher than what we had projected for 2020. And of course, we went through the corrective rate change process that was approved in 2019. We were able to achieve approximately $1 million in budget savings or expenditure savings through eliminating various maintenance projects or deferring some low priority CIP projects. And basically in the year-end fund balance, our budget was $1.1 million. I will note that that did not include the corrective rate increase that was to generate that extra $1 million in revenue. So that's why that appears low, or in other words, why the actual fund balance we ended up with appears a little bit higher. So we ended at $2.9 million. So we started 2021 on a good note with a good healthy fund balance, which is a lot different than where we were at in the past. So in 2021 update, so again, winter quarter average, it started back to that general trend. It went down a little bit. That may be related to COVID, I don't know. But it was just a slight decline in the winter quarter average, so that base water consumption. Right now, we're projecting that revenues for this year are going to exceed our expectations slightly. I note there that we've got a higher revenue stream in Blue Township this year than we expected. So that's helping us out a little bit. As far as expenditures for this year, all the divisions are on budget, barring any major surprises. I don't anticipate that to change. I will note that the one major blip we had was in February, where we got that large gas bill at the wastewater plant. So typical bill in February is about $2,500, and you can see there that our February bill for that 2-week cold spell was $117,000. So, and that was just a portion of what we experienced citywide. So, looking at projecting to the year end 2021, we had budgeted a year-end fund balance of $3.3 million, and right now, based on projections, we're going to be about $3.4 million. So, wastewater fund's looking good. Here's our fund balance chart that we typically show. It shows a dramatic increase and improvement in our fund balance, our projected fund balance in the green versus our recommended fund balance in the red. Again, a lot of this credited due to the corrective rate increase, the rate correction we did for 2020. So this, a couple notes to talk about with this. This does include my attempt at some cost estimates for some of the recent sewer master plan projects that were presented to you a couple months ago. So I have not officially added those to our CIP. Obviously, we'll go through that process next year. But this does include my estimates. Additionally, we always talk about our forecasts generally include about a 3% rate increase every year. I have shown this is with a 1% rate increase after 2025. So just to show that, if we do something like that, that 2030 fund balance picture that I like to look at as far as our kind of benchmark for where we need to be, we should be able to meet that recommended fund level in 2030 at about $8.5 million. So that's why I was comfortable looking at our forecasts and lowering that projected rate increase in the future. Customer impacts for this year, I guess the other thing to note is 2020, we're still projecting that recommended 3% increase on the wastewater side. This would be that customer impact for that average monthly sewer bill for our 7 customer categories. Again, I usually focus on residential average, residential low, and business medium. Those make up the majority of our customer base by connection. And so looking at that impact for a 3% increase in 2022, we're talking about $1.34 monthly increase for the average residential customer, and a business medium, you're talking about just under $3 a month if we have a 3% rate increase. The other chart I usually show, showing the municipal comparison of us versus our peer communities. Just as a recap, these are all first-class cities, plus some of the largest second-class cities. The red represents our current average monthly residential customer bill, and that with the 3% increase. So we're talking about a potential bill of $45.91. The other thing I always like to point out is for every other city, these are their 2021 rates. I don't know what they're going to be doing for 2022, so I'm not going to try to project that at this point. But it shows you that at our bill of $45.91, we're in the middle of the pack. And over here on the right, I've shown the average of all other cities. So we're just slightly above average for the residential customer bill. So that's it on wastewater. I'll pause here if you have any questions about that, but it's pretty straightforward. Like I said, I'm pretty confident that it's going to stay the course. It's looking pretty good. So
Good.
okay, so moving on to water again, recapping 2020. We talked about this a lot in the past couple years. Revenue shortfalls for 2019, 2020 were significant. Last year we had about a $1.2 million revenue shortfall due to reduced demands during the peak months. You can relate some of that to the pandemic. I know, K-State being one of our biggest customer and having a lot of students gone or off campus, that had an impact for us. I know we've talked with the water and wastewater master plan update. There is a general trend in water consumption going down with more efficient appliances and whatnot. So even though we're growing, the per capita usage appears to be going down about 1% per year, I'd say. So for 2020, again, this shows consumption was down 4% from the prior year. Expenditures were about $1 million less than what we had budgeted, so we were able to save some money. Year in balance last year, budgeted $7 million, actual was $7 million. So we met our projections. So I think we started 2021 on a good note. So moving forward this year, just to update where we're at. Through July, consumption was looking right on track. So we were projecting that we're going to be either at or slightly above our projected revenues for 2021. August has been a little bit below average, I'd say, but even at that, I think we're still going to meet our revenue projections for first time in several years, so that's good. Expenditures to date, again, just like on the wastewater side, all divisions are under budget. We did note that the general transfer this year is $2.14 million. That did include just under $500,000 in additional funds to help the general fund for anticipated reductions in sales tax this year, similar to what I think we did in the stormwater fund and the wastewater fund to varying levels. And then for 2020, well, the other note here was that right now, at this point, we've got about $500,000 in 2021 payments for projects that we're probably not going to get done this year. So those will eventually move to 2022. So we're not, we're saving them from this year's budget, but we're going to end up paying for them at some point down the road. So projections for 2021, right now, we're looking at about a $6 million fund balance at the end of the year. Budgeted was 5.6, so again, we're going to be better off than what we had budgeted. The bad side is there's $1.4 million less in the fund than there was at the end of 2020. So moving into some of the things in the future and what we're dealing with, we got a lot of projects in this 6-year CIP between now and 2030. A lot of big projects, and we've talked about these before. This here doesn't even include the water portion of the levee project, which is $3 million. This does not include the water master plan update projects, which could be potentially up to another $15 million. So in total, this is about $30 million worth of projects, and it could be as high as 45 to 50 as we start factoring in some of those other projects. So a lot of these are very necessary. This does include our share of the joint maintenance facility, which that number there is probably not accurate. It did not reflect the actual bid price. I didn't get that one updated, but these are some projects that were unplanned. Talked about this lime sludge lagoon project in the past. It's a $3.5 million project that is basically being mandated that we do by the state because our lagoons are out of compliance. And then some water and sewer relocations that are related to a drainage channel project by the lime sludge lagoons. So like I said, the intent here is we got a lot of big projects in the water fund here in the next 6 to 10 years. Looking at this water fund balance projection, just a couple of things to note. This forecast here shows the 3% increase for 2022. It does include projected cost estimates for some of the Water Master Plan CIP projects. And the story that this chart really tells is you can kind of see a downward trend in the projected fund balance here in 2020, 2019. A lot of that has to do with revenue shortfalls. And then you look at the recommended fund balance and how it goes up, the projected fund balance, how it goes down. That's directly attributable to a lot of these large CIP projects that we're going to be incurring new debt for. It also has to do with the fact that, that declining consumption, that per capita usage is also reflected here. We have taken a look at, kind of pulling the reins back on our projections for future consumptions based on recent trends. So that is another thing we've changed in our water forecast is it's a little less aggressive, maybe about 1% a year growth as far as consumption. Hopefully it's more than that. So that's the backstory behind this chart. The other story I want to tell about this is, this shows a negative fund balance by 2029. So ultimately that's unacceptable. Now there's a lot of things that'll change between now and then. Things may trend upwards with consumption, a couple hot years, and we sell a lot of water. But the other thing about this is that if we have to go to KDHE in the next couple of years for a low interest loan for a project, and I show them that as our reserve levels in the out years, they're going to tell us no. So things we have to consider when looking at a fund balance like this. What we need to be thinking about in the future and the impacts if we don't do something to fix it. So that leads us to the next part of the conversation, and really similar to what we did on the wastewater side a couple years ago. I've talked about this the last 2 or 3 times I presented to you. We really need to start looking at some sort of corrective rate increase on the water side. Like I said, there's many factors we've talked about that has kind of led us to where we're at today. I really modeled this analysis to give you some options to consider or to discuss between now and when we come to you later in the year for an actual ordinance to change our rates. But I listed 3 scenarios here, A, B, and C, and they're all based on where we would be if we generated X amount of revenue starting next year with a corrective rate increase. When we did the wastewater side, basically said we probably need about $1 million a year in order to make that fund whole. And here with the water fund, I'm giving you more options to look at. And for each scenario, we're looking at a couple alternatives as far as where that revenue is generated from. We did the same thing with the wastewater fund a couple years ago. And our options there really boil down to, you can go back and look at our rate structure, and certain components of that rate structure are designed to generate revenue to offset either fixed costs, variable costs, or capacity costs. So you got your minimum charges and your unit charges. And similar, like I said, to the wastewater side, alternate one, we looked at generating half of that revenue from unit charges or usage and half of it from minimum charges. Minimum charges are, you're going to get those every bill regardless if somebody uses water or sewer. So they're a very consistent revenue. They're irrelevant of usage. Alternate two would have been 75% of that revenue would have been generated by usage and 25% from minimum charges. And an alternate three was the opposite of that. But I've lined that out because similar to wastewater, as we looked at those, while they have the most guaranteed revenue generation by focusing more of that on the minimum charges, they also have the most impact on the lowest use customers, which are also the least capable of affording those rate increases. So I went ahead and struck that from the list of options. I did do an analysis on it, but for as far as what we're showing you, I'm not going to include those. So I'm going to walk you through the fund balance scenarios. If we opted for any one of these scenarios, the good news is all the scenarios I'm proposing, they have an immediate effect on the fund balance. They have varying levels of what they will help us accomplish as far as what that fund balance looks like in 2030. Again, this is our 2030 is kind of our target year for what we are trying to achieve. So if we started generating an extra $1.4 million starting in 2022, this blue line here shows what that fund balance would look like potentially. Immediately within 2 years almost, we have a complete reversal of that trend. Our projected fund balance will be at or above the recommended levels. Scenario B would add $1.2 million in revenue starting in 2022, and very similar. It almost has an immediate impact. Within 2 years or so, our projected fund balance will be meeting recommended levels. But as we get towards the out years in 2030, fund balance is about 87% of where the recommended level should be. And I'm going to go back and just remind you, I forgot to do this, but recommended fund balance per industry standards covers 1 year of debt service plus 3 months of operating and maintenance expenses. So I always make sure to remind you that, and I forgot to. So moving on to scenario C, which would be adding $1 million revenue starting in 2020. Similar story, just in 2030, we're about 77% of recommended fund balance. So all three scenarios represent a vast improvement of where we could be if we don't do anything. I went through and I gave you a lot of data on potential customer impacts. There's a lot of numbers here, and I'm going to kind of skip these and get to a summary here in the interest of time. This table really shows all of our alternates and scenarios and how they would impact a customer, those 7 customer classes based on percentage on the left and both by dollar amounts on the right. And the main takeaway I want to get out of this is that the difference between alternate 1 and alternate 2, where that revenue is generated from. So alternate 1, just as a reminder, is 50-50, and alternate 2 is 25% minimum charges and 75% usage charges. And so with each one of these scenarios, you'll notice that for alternate 2, it's what I would call an equal impact on all customer classes. So if you look at alternate A2, B2, C2, every customer bill is impacted the same percentage-wise. But if you go over to, if you look at the impacts on a monthly basis by dollar amount, of course, that varies based on how much water you use. And when we did the wastewater corrective rate increase, what we ultimately decided was a 50-50 share. And the major impact of doing that is if you look at the percentage impact, the impact on a customer on the premise of percentage increase, the less water you use, it appears you have a higher impact. So a residential low customer would have a 22% increase. That seems like a lot. But when you come over in here and look at that same scenario A1, that monthly increase by dollar amount is $3.75. So one of the things we have to decide is what we determine is a fair way to assess that corrective rate change, whether it's by percentage or by dollar amount. You know, there we can talk about the varying impacts of that. Ultimately, if you go with scenario A, B, or C, which would be that, you know, $1.4 million versus one, the bottom line is, well, like I said, with the wastewater side, we opted for the 50-50 option. And I think we're always going to have that perception that we're impacting those lower use customers more if we do that option. But in the grand scheme of things, if you look at the dollar amount, it's really not that huge of an impact. The next one I'm going to show you is the municipal comparison. This is a little different version of what you have in your packet. It's a little more colorful, so you can kind of see each one of these scenarios and what that average monthly bill would look like in terms of comparing ourselves to our peer cities. So in this chart, again, same as the wastewater fund, all these are first class and second class cities. They represent their 2021 rates. Here in the red, that's Manhattan's current bill of $29.99. Gray is a 3% increase. Yellow would be that scenario A, where we generate an additional $1.4 million. Purple is scenario B, and green is scenario C. I reiterate this every year. This isn't the tool that we should use to help determine if we should increase rates. That really is based on our own personal situation. This is just really a good tool to kind of, it's a good ruler to make sure that what we're doing isn't out of line with our peer cities. And so what I wanted to show you is worst case scenario if we decided to go with scenario A, where we were generating $1.4 million in additional revenue, and we opted for scenario A1. If you take away all these other data points for City of Manhattan, ultimately what that shows is average monthly bill of $35.24 for a residential customer is it's $4 below average, and we're still somewhere in the bottom third. Whether you look at it, we're at the top of the bottom third or we're at the bottom of the middle third. This is an affordable water bill. One of the things I didn't present to you was that affordability index, which a lot of times we look at. Affordability index is the ratio of the cost of the average residential water bill versus median household income. And anything that is 1 or less is considered extremely affordable. At this average monthly bill, that affordability index is 0.84. So while it may seem like a pretty drastic increase when you look at dollars and cents or percentages, in reality, it's what industry standard would consider an affordable bill. So that's the takeaway I want you to have from this. Other fees and charges that we have within the ordinance, typically if we raise rates by 3%, we do it the same across the board for all rates and fees. If we do a corrective rate increase for the water side, what I want you to get away from this is, those system development charges or other fees or connection fees, those would still be 3%. We're not going to raise those by 12%, 15%, et cetera. So that's a lot of information, but it's getting late, so I want to get through this pretty quick. Hopefully it was fairly easy to understand, but whatever questions you got, please fire away.
I don't have questions so much as about the increases, but an infrastructure bill was just passed. Would any of those, I foresee some of those funds coming towards water, stormwater, wastewater, all kinds of water infrastructure, as well as the ARPA funds. I don't know if those would be eligible for this before I think about increasing any of the fees anywhere.
Yeah, I'm hopeful of that as well. Conversations in the past have been, we think that it's going to be more geared towards projects that have a green impact or correct a deficiency. We do have a couple of those projects. Mentioned the lime sludge lagoons. Those are the ones I've mentioned in other presentations in the past. We'll definitely be looking at those type of funds for those type of projects. We're still, it's still new to us, so waiting for
Yeah, I think
more
on the
information.
ARPA funds specifically, there's a reference to water. There were a lot of questions asked by a lot of municipalities, so DOJ is hopefully going to answer those again. We have several areas where we have some opportunity zones and some qualified census tracts. So for money that we deem to be replacement revenue, once we know what that final formula is, we have substantial discretion on how we utilize those funds in the community, which could gear towards water and other. I think we'll have to wait and see what we get on the infrastructure bills, I guess I would say. So we've got one that's passed the Senate. It's got a lot of improvements in it. A lot of the initial money is geared towards lead abatement. We don't have a lot of a lead abatement. Most of what we would have would be in some potential service lines, but if you don't have those issues, I don't think you'll be precluded from applying for the funds. So we'll just have to wait and see what the final bill is that's passed and where that goes. But I think there will be opportunities, yes.
I think bottom line is that'd be great if we can attain some of those funds for some of our projects. One or two of those isn't going to fix that. It's in the reality of things. So.
Okay, I'm good, thanks. Good charts.
All right, well.
We can move on to Brian to tell us about stormwater update.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Brian Johnson, City Engineer. The item before us tonight is 2021 Stormwater Fund Update and 2022 Outlook. After I'm done, Chad's going to talk a little bit about a dedicated revenue funding source for some some impacts and mitigation buyouts. But I'm going to get into the details about 2020, 2021, and 2022, and then also look at some out-year CIPs. So again, our agenda for tonight, the background, we're going to review the ERU implementation. I know I've spelled it out to all of you many times before. We're going to just look at that real quickly. Going to review the 2021 financials, the new items for 2021. Then we're going to talk a little bit about fee and lieu. If you remember, about a year ago, we approached the commission about a fee and lieu for the downtown watershed. We've done some more research on that. We're ready to get some input from you and then come back in December with a final recommendation and possibly even a policy update and a policy direction from you to pass for a fee and lieu. Then we're going to look at some future options to stabilize the fund also. So background, again, cost of services study indicated the previous billing method was both inequitable and it underfunded the stormwater utility. We went through a 5-year rate flattening program. We're actually in year 4 now, and the goal of the flattening was twofold. One, to make for sure we were equitable, so that the 1 square foot of impervious pavement at Walmart, the 1 square foot of impervious pavement at your house, everybody pays the same because it's the same runoff. Next year, we'll actually have achieved that flattening program, and then we'll have achieved the equitability. The goal of the flattening program is to be at 755 per ERU by 2022. Again, in December, that's going to be our recommendation to you to get to that 755. Looking at the 2018 review of community survey that we got, again, stormwater infrastructure, always top of the list, always something that the public is very interested in. Probably generates 40% of my conversations that I have through the week. Get a lot of phone calls on it. even when it's dry. We get a lot of phone calls when it's dry also. So again, stormwater is always at the top of the priority list. Not a lot of people satisfied with the current infrastructure. That's why the downtown master plan identified all of those 13 projects. So a review of the 2021 financials. So revenue in 2020 was actually slightly greater than expectations. That's the 4th year in a row that we've exceeded expectations. So that tells us that our model was very conservative and we're actually overproducing, which is always a good thing. Unfortunately, we had some unbudgeted expenses that were greater than expected, specifically some personnel. And I had in the memo how we have transferred folks into the stormwater fund. We also are picking up quite a bit of mowing this year to the tune of about $250,000. Now, if you take those two and add them together, it comes out to about $1.88 per ERU. And as you go into the out years, that $1.88 starts adding up quickly. And so as you'll see later in the slides, that really turns this graph negative in the out years. So as we look at the out years, we're going to talk a little bit about trying to make up that $1.88. 2022 or 2020 unbudgeted expenses have been included in the future out year projections. And again, you'll see that shortly in a couple of slides later, a couple of graphs later. Background of flattening schedule. Again, 2021 is 4th year. 2022 would be the 5th year. You can see where we've started and where we got to for 2018 to 21. Again, if you take that $1.88 off, that's $642, you're about 2019, 2018 numbers. So all of those increases since then have really been generated, and now they're going to personnel and to mowing. New items for 2021, 2022. So the $1.66 levy surcharge, which we came and talked to you folks about back in December, that was implemented January 1. It's actually overperforming, so we should have more cash to put down on that bond against the levy. So hopefully our payments are a little bit lower than what we've been anticipating. We don't see any impact of that $1.66 surcharge prior to the bid letting. Now the Corps is bidding this project Thursday. So on Thursday, we're going to know what our numbers are. That $1.66 was based on the best information we had from the Corps at that time. Obviously, we're in a pretty volatile bidding market right now, and Rob and I are awake a lot at night hoping that our numbers come in good. This is a big project. It's a big number. We're going to find out Thursday, and then that data from Thursday, we're going to put back into the model, and we'll be back to you in December to give you an idea of what those rates look like. We do have a September 7th commission meeting on the levy, and we'll update all of those financials for then also. So the fee in lieu, this was something we talked about back in 2020, and we got some direction from the commission on it. We've gone back, we've reviewed the downtown master plan, and we've added some additional costs in those because of just the volatility in the bidding market right now. And so we've come up with about $1.43 would be our recommendation per ERU. So if you have a lot in the downtown area, you go to develop it, you add 10,000 square feet of impervious area, our recommendation is that you would write that check for $14,300 to cover that additional ERU impervious area. Those dollars then would be put in the stormwater fund and they'd go to future CIP projects. We also would recommend a flat fee. And the reason for that recommendation is not only is there a cost to have more impervious area, you have design costs, you have maintenance costs, you have all sorts of fixed costs into that system that need to be captured because that developer is saving those dollars. They're saving all of that work in maintenance, in design, in construction for that underground detention. So our recommendation would be not only a flat per ERU fee, but also just a flat fee to apply for the program. Again, how we envision this program is, as development comes along, we would bring forth before you that fee in lieu proposal. You'd weigh in on whether you thought that was a good spot, a bad spot. We'd do the H&H modeling. We'd give you a recommendation. So let's talk a little bit about project number 1, which is a completed CIP. We just completed that this year. Downtown South storm sewer improvements, picking up some overflow water on points, diverting it before it gets downtown. We haven't had some huge rains, but we've had some 5-inch rains, which, that's a 10 or 25-year event. So far, this system's working really well. We've had some pretty good compliments from folks downtown about it already, so we're pretty excited about it. this is our fund balance chart. And again, we've got our $1.66 surcharge included in this graph, but you can see the out years go negative relatively quickly. And a lot of that is that unbudgeted or unmodeled personnel and mowing that we're picking up. Roughly speaking, that's about $750,000 to $800,000 a year. And just to give you a scale of this fund generates roughly about $3 million a year. So it's about a 30% hit on the fund that we weren't anticipating. Again, much like Randy's chart, we've got a chart with some peer cities. Again, I will preface it also like Randy did. Hutch, Wichita, they have not updated their 2021 or their 2022 fees yet. So these two here will likely change before December. Also, Lenexa hadn't updated their budget yet, their utility budget. Again, those will likely change before December. But as it sets today, we're 4th out of 7th in the pack. So we're right in the middle of the pack, which is about where we started before the flattening. We've been kind of in the middle all along, which goes to tell you that other folks are having the same stormwater issues that we are. They're generating revenue in order to do CIP projects. Again, I would say that Wichita has 2 mills dedicated to stormwater. Overland Park has 0.961 mills. So again, even though we're in the middle, when you include those fees with those other towns, they add up pretty quickly. We're probably in the lower third. So future CIP projects, Randy mentioned the North Channel project that's related to the levee. I want to preface all of these by saying these are all related to the levee. Thursday is a big day. When we find out what those numbers are, we're going to adjust all of these graphs and figure out where they can fit in that puzzle. They all drain to the levee. They all interact with the levee. It's all part of the big downtown puzzle that we're slowly working through. So how do we stabilize the fund in out years? One, we're going to recommend implementing year 5 of the proposed flattening in December. That creates the equality piece that we've been working on for 5 years. We're going to recommend continuing the $1.66 surcharge for the levy. Remember that $1.66 surcharge is the same number for the next 20 years until that bond is paid off. That $1.66, right now we don't envision that going up every year with a 3 or 4% increase. That $1.66 would stay the same. That revenue that's generated would be used to pay off that 20-year bond. Right now, in order to get this graph positive, we're looking at about a 50 to 75 cent per month increase in the out year budgets through 2030. Now, the average water bill, sewer bill, storm sewer bill is about $85. So 50 cents, it's about a 0.5% increase to your overall total bill. It's not, again, the stormwater fund is the smallest of the funds, doesn't generate a whole lot of money. So those little bitty increases make a big difference because you're only generating about $3 million to begin with. There is some cities that do some development fees, connection fees, similar to Randy and the water and sewer fund. When you make a connection, those are things we can look at too for December. And those are submitted at the time of the building permit. So just like if you build a building, you make a 2-inch connection to a water main, you've got to pay a flat fee for that connection. There are cities that do that with stormwater also, that when you build your building and you make a connection to the storm sewer system, not only do you pay a monthly fee, you also pay a connection fee. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Okay, I'm good. Looks like the ERU thing is panned out that we worked.
It's getting there, yep.
And it's looking good. Good to hear.
And credit goes back to commissions, not only yours, but years past. You guys implemented those, and we've been following the steps like what was recommended. We're almost there. We're almost to the end of it.
And I added up your projects. It's right about 30 million. So, we got to do something to be sure we can keep that stormwater working. And I did hear some positives from, my barber last time I got a haircut, and Morgan said, it wasn't flooding in front of his street.
Yes.
Like it did. So there's some positive feedback there.
And we haven't had those huge rains, but I will say the last rain we had, the 5-incher, 11th and Points was underwater, 10th and Points was underwater. I drive a pickup. I actually hesitated to even drive through it because that's how deep it was. By the time I got down to 8th and 7th, there wasn't any water in the intersection. So
We're making progress.
Yeah.
I'll just keep chipping away at it. So good work on that.
any more questions, or I'm going to turn it over to Chad?
just to say that the fact that you cited an instance I wasn't familiar with, but the fact that we don't hear a lot about stormwater in the streets is good, because in years past, I remember the Anderson and North Manhattan Avenue
Oh, yes.
flooding. I mean, there were major points of flooding in the community. And of course, maybe we haven't had any 7-inch rains like we did back then, so we'll find out, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the report.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Anything else? Thank you, everybody.
I was just gonna note that I appreciate the idea that you and maybe Rob and Randy are cheering about stormwater working. You might be the only three, but
It's a lonely
it
group.
is a good thing.
It's a lonely group, but yes, thank you.
All right, sorry. Can't find it. Apologize. No. Where? Yeah, I could close a few. I don't know if this is up. Yep.
I believe Chris was just planning on sharing her screen.
Oh, sorry for the confusion. Now where do I need to go, Jared?
What's that?
Sorry, folks. I know this is late and a long evening. There we go. I think that's it. What happened here? Here we go. Good evening. Chad Bunger, Assistant Director of Community Development. Also have Samantha Estabrook, who is our resiliency planner, has been working on this topic. And then Chris Smith from Headwaters Economics. She's also on the line. She's been bearing with us, learning a lot about Manhattan. Proposing an idea of a dedicated utility fee for flood mitigation. And I'll, well, let's let Chris, since she's been so nice to stay on the line for so long, introduce herself, and then we'll kick off.
Hi everyone, good evening, Mayor, Butler, and City Commissioners. I'm really excited to be here. My name is Kristen Smith, like Chad said, and I work at Headwaters Economics. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan research group based out of Montana. I also see that I think Patty Hernandez, our executive director, is still on the line with us too, so she's here as well. We run a program here called the Community Economic Solutions for Flooding, which provides free technical assistance to communities to help them decrease flood risk. And Chad, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about how we came to be partners, but I'll hand it over to you and then I'll jump into my presentation.
Yep, I'll cover that. Thank you. Appreciate you hanging around with us. So I already talked about a little bit this tonight, but to toot our own horn, because we're extremely proud of what we've accomplished, and there's plenty more to accomplish. But we've gotten here thus far with our higher or our better floodplain mapping with more accuracy and the future conditions effort, our higher floodplain regulations as we discussed, from where we were, and Rob could attest to this, before 2007 to where we are now with our stream gauges and our efforts for emergency response. We're light years ahead of that. And then we also have been very proactive, especially after the 2011 and 2018 flooding, about trying to mitigate properties, and that's where the direction of this is going this evening. On that note, we've utilized $735,000 of city funds through the, primarily through the stormwater fund, utility fund, to leverage over $2 million worth of state and federal funds to buy out significantly damaged properties along Wildcat Creek And then also one property that was significantly damaged in the floodplain, not related to flooding, but the impact on that home would have made it prohibitive to rebuild. So we've made people's homes, we made people safer by removing those homes because they were really in bad spots, and worked to make them whole after some really bad situations. Because of all that work, we have developed some pretty amazing partners with the state and FEMA. They're always looking for communities that try to be proactive and innovative to get stuff done. You'd be really surprised of how many communities don't want to do that for one reason or another. But we have taken those steps. And because of that, FEMA and the state of Kansas continually come and say, hey, what do you think of this project? Consultant teams come and chat with us, lending some help. 2 projects that we've recently done with Stantec and FEMA is a free technical assistance program where they evaluated basically every property in the city of Manhattan that's in any mapped flood zone, and evaluated it for the cost and the benefit of either buying it out, removing that home or business, or elevating it. Some are really easy to do elevation-wise, others are tougher, but they evaluated it to give us basically a cost versus benefit evaluation from 1 to 300 and whatever properties. So that is the nuts and bolts of creating a comprehensive flood mitigation plan. And then the other one, the Department of Ag, Division of Water Resources connected us with Patty and Chris with Headwaters as a great nonprofit partner to help lend us some free technical assistance. One project is tonight's discussion. We're also looking at green infrastructure research and kind of designing some things that we could potentially do to convert back land that we bought through these buyouts to give it back to the floodplain, to let it soak up the water more and be greener and more healthier. So I'll turn it back over to Chris, but this is through a partnership. It's been no cost to the city. We greatly appreciate Headwaters Economics with their support and their research. They're fantastic to work with, and we hope we can do more projects like this in the future. But I'll turn it over to Chris. Since I've got the computer here, Chris, just say the Chris typical next slide, and we'll be good to go.
Yeah, Chad, do you see, I just shared my screen. Are you not seeing that?
I am not.
Okay. I can't really see the screens on your
Here we
side,
go.
so
I got you. Sorry.
Okay. Can you see my PowerPoint now on my title slide?
Yes.
Perfect. That makes it easier on me. Okay, so I'll just jump into it. I know it's getting late over on your side. So when we went to the city and we were really excited about this partnership, again, we got great recommendation from the state to work with Manhattan. And one of the things we heard is a way we could be of service was to help the city understand the economic benefits and costs of mitigation, and then also to think through that funding side, which it's been a common theme in this meeting today. It's always the question we get: how do you fund these projects? So we did some research on the different ways that the city could fund mitigation projects, and ultimately focused on an increase to the stormwater utility fee, which I'll discuss at the end of the presentation. So before I get started, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page about what I'm talking about when I say mitigation, because I have a pretty broad definition. There are many different types of mitigation projects. Chad just mentioned a bunch: the elevation, the property buyouts. We think about creating water storage or green spaces, even things like evacuation plans and warning systems.
Chris,
what these projects
Chris, could you talk a little slower?
Yes.
We aren't getting a good, distinction.
I'm going too fast
Thank
because I
you.
just had a bunch of caffeine. Is that what you're trying to tell me over
Probably
there?
to stay up this late. Thank you.
Of course, just holler at me if I need to slow down again. So again, the mitigation projects, the point here is that what they have in common is that they're proactive. So you're trying to address the flood risk before the flood occurs, before the disaster occurs. So I'm going to go through my presentation in two parts, and I'll talk about kind of the problem first, and then I'll transition into the solution. And what we know about the problem in Manhattan is that the cost of doing nothing is really large. And I think this has come up repeatedly just tonight. Everyone's very aware there's flood risk in the city of Manhattan. So when you look at the Stantec research that was done for the city very recently, they actually put a number to this. So what would the city expect in damages if a 100-year flood were to occur? And that number is $87 million. So it's quite a significant risk to the city's budget. And really, when we start thinking about it from a municipal point of view, the true cost is much, much larger. That estimate does not include things like damages to your city roads, your stormwater system, and other key infrastructure. It also doesn't include the cost of emergency response, which almost always includes really significant overtime pay when a disaster occurs. And then we also know from the research, when a disaster occurs, like a big flood, there are very significant short and long-term economic losses that aren't captured in this $87 million. So the cost of doing nothing is quite large. And if we dig really a little bit deeper into the numbers, we can identify 274 homes that would be flooded if a major flood occurs. And I think when I've talked to folks in Manhattan, there's a lot of acknowledgement and recognition that there's flood risk in Wildcat watershed, and there are 269 structures at risk of flooding, so it's quite significant. But there are other watersheds in Manhattan that also have flood risk. So when you look at the Kansas River watershed on the southern part, there's 166 structures at risk. And then when you put in to account the Big Blue and Tuttle Reservoir watershed, there's an additional 332 structures at risk. And so I think that's important just to think about, and I think Chad had mentioned it earlier, when we talk about flood risk in the city of Manhattan, there are over 700 structures that have flood risk. So what do we do about that? Let's think a little bit about the solution. And the good news is that the city of Manhattan has been really proactive with its flood risk already. We know how to make people safer, and we know how to protect property. At this point, the city really needs a comprehensive mitigation plan to continue to do the good work that they're already doing. And even creating a comprehensive mitigation plan like this takes money. So where do you find the money, and then where do you find the money to implement the recommendations? And what I'll say is the expense associated with creating these mitigation plans and then also implementing projects is often well worth it. Mitigation projects have been proven over and over again to be the most cost-effective approach to managing flood risk. And so there's a really nice study that came out a few years ago now in 2018 that looked at what are the benefits of investing in mitigation strategies for the state of Kansas. And they found that for every $1 spent on mitigation, the city of Manhattan will save $7 in post-disaster recovery costs if and when a flood occurs. There's a really good return on your investment. And because we have that great data from Stantec, we can actually dig into these numbers even further. They identified high priority projects for the city of Manhattan and showed how much would it cost to do these types of mitigation projects and what would the benefits be. And I just want to note here that you're going to see smaller numbers because Stantec had a very kind of narrow way of talking about benefits. It's only avoided damage. So they're not including all the other costs associated with flood risk, including things like the emergency response time, damage to infrastructure, things like that. So for the city of Manhattan, for every $1 that you invest in elevating projects, you could expect to see $1.36 in benefits, which is a good return on investment to begin with, and it gets even better with acquisition projects. So for every $1 spent on an acquisition project, you would expect to get $2.68 in benefits. And then there's a bigger point here, which I think is really important to talk about. When you have a source of local funding for mitigation projects, it allows you to have more flexibility, and you'll be able to fund projects that are in line with your strategic plan. And I'll return to this point in a little bit. So what are we thinking about with how to fund it? Again, we looked at the pros and cons of different funding strategies that the City of Manhattan could implement to fund mitigation. And the stormwater utility fee jumps out as a good option for the City of Manhattan. We found that, and the city has estimated that a 50-cent increase to the stormwater utility fee would generate $240,000 per year. And so why do we think this is a good idea for the city? First, and this is maybe the most important point, this is a way to create a dedicated source of funding for mitigation without raising taxes. And what we heard over and over again talking with city folks is that the current stormwater utility fee is overprescribed, and it's also being rated from time to time to do projects that it wasn't really designed to do. And that has created the backlog of projects, which I think we just heard some more background about. So having an additional fee to the stormwater fee that's earmarked or designed for mitigation would actually make sure that the projects that you're funding are being funded in the way that the commissioner has decided to do it. Having a mitigation fee also unlocks federal and state grants by creating revenue for cost share requirements. This is a really important point. I work with a lot of communities trying to access federal grants, and the local cost share is often a very big stumbling block. Having a source of money at the city that is ready to go when the federal government announces a new mitigation grant is a great benefit. It puts you ahead of the game. And then again, it increases local control and flexibility for mitigation projects. So if you're only relying on state and federal funding for some of your mitigation, those tend to be highly restricted. And so having a local source of money just provides more local control over the projects you want to fund. You can be more strategic with how you want to do mitigation, in addition to being able to leverage it for the bigger projects when you do need the state and federal money. This is also, having a local source of money is widely considered a best practice within the municipal finance and hazard reduction fields. So I'll sum up and then make some time for questions. But again, I just want to talk about the significant risk that is in the city of Manhattan. There are well over 700 structures that have flood risk. Investing in mitigation and having some sort of local funding tool to enable that protects public safety, strengthens the local economy, and also saves money in the long term. So as Chad talks about the need to have some sort of comprehensive mitigation plan, putting in place some type of local funding mechanism is really key for enabling the city to put together this plan and then also implement the plan. Okay, so hopefully I slowed down a little bit, even though I've got tons of caffeine in me. But I would love to just open it up to questions from the commission and the mayor.
I have a few more slides if you have no questions of Chris, but thanks, Chris, appreciate it. Get to the end here. So I think the big point here, in addition to that, is we have the tools ready to go to start building that comprehensive plan, comprehensive mitigation plan that will look at all aspects of how to address our flood risks. And again, it's not just buying out a home and getting rid of that building. That's really the worst case scenario, if you will. There are a lot of other tools in the toolbox that we can use. I could also see this taking over some of those expenses that Brian was talking about with mowing and maintenance. They're mowing our buyout lands now. They're paying for those annual service fees for our stream gauges. And maybe that's an appropriate place for it, but if this is an idea that you would like to pursue, maybe that is a better place. Those things that directly relate to flood risk and mitigating those flood risks, or after we do that, how to maintain that land. So there's a variety of projects. You know, right now I have somewhere around 20 projects that I would love to tackle of existing substantially damaged homes, homes that are in the floodway. So those are the spots when it does flood. That's where the roaring river is coming at those homes. Most of those are on the Blue River side, and we have a great deal of protection with Tuttle Creek Reservoir there now. One more rainstorm up north in 2019, some of those homes may not be there anymore. And so really want to address those. Laid out some different scenarios here of just how aggressive we want to be or not, but it gives you an idea of what could be generated with a couple of cents added on to the stormwater fee. And then again, these would be, the effort would be going out and finding state and federal dollars to multiply these local dollars to make significant impacts and make people safer. So that's the proposal. We don't need a dollar amount, really just some direction of this is something we want to pursue or not, and then allow Samantha and I and Chris and Patty to do a little bit more research on what that could look like, bring back to you a short and midterm proposal of just how to make this happen if it's what you'd like to happen. So with that, I'm happy to answer your questions or turn it back over to Chris.
I would just like to say that I'm really proud of this community and the work that the city has done to buy out some of the flooded properties, the flooded residential properties. I think you were buying out 3, or I don't know what, one year you did 4 maybe, or I don't know.
Yep.
But a total of 11 is what I remember, maybe. I think, I'm just really pleased with that. I think, and I know in 2020 that all came to a halt. And I also know that the budget is probably gonna, well, who knows, how difficult it would be to repeat that again, but I know that there are still properties that need to be bought out that flooded. And so I feel the need to continue to work on that and not just stop. I don't like hearing that we're tapping into the fund for mowing. I just don't. But it's not, I'm not against a dedicated utility fee for floodplain mitigation. But I would want it to be a separate fund that is dedicated to it and can't be used for anything else. The way that I am, we just keep raising rates, and then the money kind of disappears through the back door sometimes on some of the utility funds. And I really want it to be used for what we intended to do, and not as a justification to just raise rates and supplement other needs. I can't imagine what we did before we had the luxury of the money in these funds that we're doing now, not just flooding, but wastewater, all of it. So I'm certainly willing to talk about this, and but it would have to be a dedicated thing for me and separate from, I don't want it mixed in with the stormwater money. If you're going to draw lines here, then it needs to be used for what we intended it to be.
Sure.
That's my reaction.
I'd be in favor of like a 50-cent thing too, and just keep it separated so that it's always there and ready, and that doesn't get eaten away at or lost in the big picture of stuff.
Great.
Yeah, I'd be curious about just looking at, the total cost, because, everybody's complaining about their water bills. We got plans now to level out these funds, but it involves a 3% increase. Every year for the next few years, we added, this fee for the levy that got on there. Now we want to add this other one. And, and I agree with Commissioner Morris, if we do this, it's got to be fenced, but, at the same time, we got to fence the other three.
Sure.
So that we can pay for the $30 million worth of, stormwater projects. And so I'm just curious about what the overall cost is going to be, because, the slide, says, oh, we can do this without raising property tax. It's just a hidden property tax. That's all it is. I mean, it's got to go somewhere, but if it's necessary, and I like the idea more of the, as opposed to buyouts, the idea of mitigating to prevent us having to buy it. I think your dollars may go farther. So I think it bears, further investigation.
The presentation on the mitigation is really, it's impressive. It's the first time I feel like you got a chance to get your hands around the entirety of the subject and be proactive in a way. We've talked about resiliency and dealing with things, but this seems like we're inching towards mitigation and making some efforts towards prevention, and that's good news. If it's 50 cents, it's 50 cents. There's always going to be a hidden property tax fee, I think. I think everything can be called a hidden property tax fee, but this is a potential water mitigation or stormwater fee that would go to prevent flooding, right? So
I'll never say prevent, but definitely protect more.
Mitigate.
Yeah, mitigate, right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, I think I'm open to the idea of looking at it. I don't know which rate yet, but I would like to discuss that a little bit further. I don't have an appetite really to increase other fees right now, except finish off the 5th year of the one that we have. Mainly because I also want us, within this floodplain mitigation strategies that were presented this evening, as far as funding sources, the infrastructure bill has a lot of money dedicated to FEMA and floodplains and flood issues and prevention and mitigation at the same time. So I want to see where that would also fall into it, because I think we are designated in one of those areas. We received FEMA funding in the past. And if that infrastructure bill is, is there right now, that's our taxpayer money.
Right.
So I would like for us to get as much of that as possible to our community. Mitigation, yes, but also prevention. Anytime we have conversations with the smaller group that you have organized, prevention is a big piece. Where should we never develop?
Right.
What are some things we absolutely must do to prevent flooding? Because right now we're just kind of putting Band-Aids here and there. And if we want to see that development at Plaza West, we can't get past that flooding issue. So we need to discuss all of that. And I understand it's going to take a lot of resources and funds, but I'm hoping this infrastructure bill will help in that direction. So like I said, I would like to look at this a little bit closer, but also tap into all of those other funds. There's trillions of dollars that are being sent out, and if we can get our hands wrapped around some of that money, I think it would be best use of staff time to put into that.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Thank you,
Good
Chris. Appreciate you
discussion
hanging on
item.
this long.
I don't know if we have any public comment. Is there anyone that wants to make a public comment? There's only a few of us left here.
I'm going to try and keep this short too, because it's been a long evening for everyone, but I appreciate you all serving the community at such a late hour. I am Monica McFarlane from 213 Parker Drive. I wanted to talk because there's been several times mentioned over the last few months about ARP funding, and also talking about flood mitigation and stormwater sewer. These are actually part of the 7 expense categories that are discussed within the ARPA fundings. There's been a lot of urgent needs in our community that continue to kind of go undiscussed or even unaddressed by these ARPA fundings because of the fact that we've said that we don't have final rules on how to spend it. Actually, there has been an interim final rule that was adopted by the Department of Treasury on May 10th. And furthermore, they actually came out with the compliance and reporting guidance that was published on June 24th. I know about this because I've actually been working with Hutchinson and Reno County on putting together a public facilitation discussion with their community members. They've reached out to K-State and asked for LeadCom to put together these facilitation discussions and say, what are the needs in our community that happened during COVID? What impacted you individually? What happened within the county? What are those things that we need to be addressing using these funds? Some of these funds that could be used in those 7 categories, which are support public health response, replace public sector revenue loss, water sewer infrastructure, address negative economic impacts, premium pay for essential workers, broadband infrastructure, and equity-focused services. One of the things that we've had people asking about recently is we had a short time there where the protections from the eviction moratorium came out. And then we had a lot of people who said, hey, I'm now facing being evicted from my home. And it was like, well, what is there available? I know that there was funds that came from the state and also from the federal government. We did not qualify as a city to do that, but the state did. They can apply for some of those. But we can use ARPA funding for addressing some of that backlog rent, some of that backlog utilities, but we're not talking about that. Those costs that they incurred have to have been before March 1st of 2021. The longer we go without talking about it, that's a huge backlog that people may have had during 2020 going up to March 1st. So I'm not saying that that's what the city should use it for, but I'm saying that the discussion should be there. We already have directions from the Department of Treasury on how to use this. If there's questions on where to find it, it's right there on their website. I actually have the documents that I would be more than glad to share with the commission, but I do believe that it is time that this commission and this community have the discussions on how to use those funds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Now, this is just a discussion item, so we won't have a motion, but we do have one last project, which is executive session.
Mayor, I move that we recess into executive session for consultation with legal counsel on matters that would be deemed privileged in an attorney-client relationship pursuant to the exception provided in KSA 754319B2 regarding a city lease agreement, and to resume the open meeting in the City Commission room at 11:30 p.m.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Reddy,
Yes.
Mayor Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Morse,
Yes.
Commissioner Hassel,
Yes?
Yes.
Commissioner Estabrook.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Make sure those Linda, could you turn off the podium mic? Thank you.
If we've expired.
Got no signal. It's okay? All right. We're out of executive session. No binding action was taken during the executive session. Therefore, no vote in the open meeting is needed. And thank you for attending tonight. Meeting is adjourned.